Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. I appreciate you guys being here this morning. Today we're going to start off in Stranglethorn. We have a couple of things we can do. I want to investigate the island. And also hunt down Sindal for Tiger Mastery. From what I was told, Sindal is the only one that is not an elite, so we should be able to do that. Miles, good morning, man. Thanks for being here. Jason Sindal has 2 ads. Ooh, snap. Thanks, man. I did not know that. I did not know that. Okay, well, in that case. A Bookie Herod. I'm not familiar with that one. Why is it green? Why have I missed it? Find the 4 tablets could be something we could work on. The commandos and the head shrinkers, those guys are back inside the cave, aren't they? And the commandos are in stealth, if I remember right. Monica, hello. Weston, welcome to the stream. Lael, thanks for being here, man. I appreciate you guys showing up. Trying to figure out what to do. It's a typical morning where I think I have a plan. And then I get some new information, and then the plan doesn't really sound like a great plan anymore. I was going to go after Sindal, knowing that it's not an elite, but then Jason let me know that it's going to come with a couple ads. So, yeah. Not really as keen to run off and do that now. Now I'm thinking maybe we go back to the Badlands. It's just that that's a little ways away. Let's go investigate the haunted island. And at least we could push that one forward. And we'll just fight some stuff along the way. Not stuff down here that's going to be like level 40, but stuff that's a little bit to the north of here. William, good day to you too, man. Thanks for being here. Leo, you hit 50 on your Wrath Mage? It's awesome, man. You're getting up there. You're going to be ready to head into Outland soon. 8 more levels to go. And then in Outland, like, the questing gets like a lot faster paced. So like the class starts to pick up, the questing starts to pick up, and it feels pretty good. Especially because even in Wrath, by 50, I still feel like you're doing quests that are like pretty spread out. That being said, I haven't leveled the class through Wrath in a long time, so. And the last time we did it, I think we had the Joyous Journeys. But I feel like even in Wrath by 50, you're still at that point where like you're in some zones that are not like the best questing zones. Like you're probably thinking about Ungoro Crater. Now, Zephyr, don't rush yourself. How are you liking Final Fantasy 16, man? Because I watched some of it. I watched some of the demo and I formed an opinion about it. And then I watched a little bit more last night. And I don't think I like it yet. But I don't think I hate it as much as I hated it initially. What I hate the most is that it's just not, it doesn't... It does some of the Final Fantasy things while being so far away from, like, Final Fantasy. Leo, you dig the shirt? Yeah, it's one of my favorite shirts. My wife got it for me somewhere. I don't even know where she got this from. Zephyr, you dig it? Yeah. I have my issues with it. I have my issues, but I'm giving it a little bit more. I'm watching Carnage play it when I have downtime in the evenings. Yeah, so I watched his playthrough a little bit more last night, and so I'm trying to like give it a chance, but I don't like how much like Game of Thrones it feels in the way that they treat characters and kill off characters. That's like totally not Final Fantasy to me. As someone who's enjoyed Final Fantasy games since Final Fantasy VI, but then as someone who kind of fell out of Final Fantasy around Final Fantasy 12. So I guess I don't know what like modern Final Fantasy is actually like, because the last Final Fantasy that I played and like moderately enjoyed that wasn't 14 was Final Fantasy X. And I didn't even really like 10 that much, because to me 10 was more of a modern Final Fantasy. So the last Final Fantasy that I fell in love with was FF9. So I'm like in that group of people. And so maybe 16 it does personify what modern Final Fantasy has been heading towards. I'm just not aware of it. But yeah, I don't really like a lot of the characters. I don't like the Game of Thrones style sudden death moments, you know, like I think that's like cheesy and stupid. But overall, like the story seems okay. The voice acting is okay. What's really annoying is that like some of the NPCs are voice acted for like half their lines and then some of them aren't, so they'll start saying a line and then they'll stop. And then you have to read the rest. It seems really like low budget, like nonsense that shouldn't be in a Final Fantasy game. Whitney, Tim, welcome to the stream, guys. I'm just ranting about FF16, which I watched a little bit more of. Co's playthrough the other last night. After thinking that I wasn't going to engage anymore with it, I did give it a little bit more time. But yeah, from like a technical standpoint, the biggest letdown is like when you talk to these NPCs who seem like they might have interesting stuff to say, and then they're not voice acted. It's like, this is a effing Final Fantasy game. Why wasn't like every single penny spent just to make it absolutely amazing? And it's like, I don't think they treat Final Fantasies that way anymore. I think they stopped treating Final Fantasies quite that way sometime around FF10. And I don't like the artist, whoever does all the character art. I don't like the strange character art that they've concocted for these characters. I can't even come up with like a decent way of describing how I feel about it, except like the faces look weird. Everybody's face looks weird, okay? I'm not going to get into like how I think it looks weird or any of that stuff. But in proportion to the bodies of the humans, of the characters, like their faces look weird, and I can't get over it. It almost looks like the game's like 5 or 6 years old, if I had to say it more frankly. Final Fantasy 16 looks like a game that I would expect to have seen 5 or 6 years ago. But it especially in the character models, it doesn't feel like a game that was made anytime recently. Because the characters look weird, okay? They all look weird. That's it. Ra, welcome, man. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being here to see level 39. I know you've been waiting. You know, I appreciate you showing up. Yeah, Tim, the first little bit of FF16 was like what really turned me off too. When the exact things happened, the exact negative things happened to the characters that I thought was going to happen. when we had our little flashback sequence. And I was like, I know how this ends. And then it all ended exactly that way, including Ned Stark character being killed off, just like Ned Stark character gets killed off in Game of Thrones. I was like, yeah, nope. So I gave up on it for a bit, and then I watched a bit more, and like my whole opinion has not changed, except to say that like the character writing and the story seems okay. But there are some technical things and some story things about it that I don't think that I'm ever going to get past to like, I don't think I'm going to finish watching the game. You know, I'm not going to watch a full playthrough. I'm definitely not going to buy it and play it myself. The combat seems incredibly boring. The combat seems like the most boring combat you could ever watch play out in front of you. It doesn't seem like there are really any stakes to the combat. Like, the big abilities are so well telegraphed by the enemies that you just like dodge out of them and don't take any damage. And so all that happens is like the bosses are just kind of like bullet sponges, it seems. And it's just like, it's fun to watch, like it's pretty, you know, it's pretty, and I wish it could be pretty for half the time. If all the battles were cut in half, if every single enemy had half the HP in Final Fantasy 16, the battle system would be more fun and more enjoyable to watch. Scott, I'm doing well today. Thanks for asking. Thanks for being here. In WoW-related stuff, we're going out to the island here to work on the Stone of Tides. I don't know how far we'll be able to carry it, because I know there are water elementals that are pretty tough out there, but we'll see. Oh, my dog is now going crazy upstairs. Perfect, perfect. Yeah, Tim, despite what they tried to show us in the backstory, I feel exactly zero. I have zero shits to give about the main character. Yeah, the main protagonist, like, does absolutely nothing for me. And I wish they had really told me nothing about his background at all. I wish he would just... I wish we were mute, actually. That's what it was, too. Is like, I wish he just didn't speak. I wish he would just communicate kind of the way the protagonist does in FF14. And I wish he just would never open his mouth to say any of his stupid words. And if he did that, then the game would probably be a lot better. Because, yeah, even after they showed us everything that happened to him, I just don't give a shit about his character at all. I don't know how it happened. Maybe it's because he's weird looking. I'm not sure. I don't know. But, like, none of the characters actually look like human beings to me. They don't look like human beings to me. That's kind of the weird thing. Maybe that's why I'm just, like, bouncing off the entire character list. I kind of wanted it to be good because it got a 90 on OpenCritic. And until recently, I've really trusted OpenCritic with its scoring, but then it's got like Diablo at a 95, and it's got this at a 90, and I guess I really can't look at OpenCritic anymore and think that like that's how the game value is, you know? Yeah, Tim, definitely. Just like, don't tell me about him. He's a slave mercenary, and he's a badass, and that's all we need to know. And then if he also didn't talk, that'd be better too. Like, totally mute. I don't care about your history. It also, like, the story and the world and the characters steal a lot of things from other sources of fiction. And I won't get into like pointing too many fingers directly at those sources of fiction, but yeah, they have stolen some story things and some narrative things and some world building things from like various places, quite blatantly. And that's also strange for a Final Fantasy, which are usually very, very unique in like their world building and storytelling. This Final Fantasy has taken things from places and just kind of incorporated those things in. Yeah, and it's kind of tried to put a twist on some of it, but if you know where they're drawing from, it's really easy to see. Wix, my favorite starting zone is probably Mulgore on the Horde side, and then of course Elwyn Forest on the Alliance side. Those are my favorite starting zones, because they're super chill. Zephyr, if you're talking about Shiva girl, she's normal. She's almost the most normally proportioned entity, but I think she's supposed to be a younger girl. Maybe not at this point in like, maybe not where she's like Shiva dominant. But yeah, she's almost a normally proportioned looking human, and even like her facial proportions are almost like acceptable. It feels like they tried not to make it look too much like anime, but they didn't make it look like anything else. So the characters are anime characters who someone has tried to like westernize them almost in a weird artistic way, and it's probably just dude's art style, but I really, really hate it. I really, really hate it. I'd rather have the art style back from the character artist who did Final Fantasy 15 and like every other Final Fantasy in like recent memory. I forget his name. Is it Umatsu or is that like the musical guy? I used to know all their cute little names. Yeah, I'd rather have the guy who did the character art for 15 back for this one, because this guy is not doing it for me. Oh yeah, Tim, the D1 and D2 playthroughs? I watched most of the D1 playthrough. And yeah, there wasn't really a lot of like overt narration going on there. And had the more modern games been more like that, they probably would be more enjoyable to me even than like confronting you with a story that you just end up bouncing off of, and the story being such a big part of what pushes you through the game that you just don't want to do it. Zephyr, that might be the case. And that's probably what it is. Yeah. It's probably like just a completely artistic choice that I, as a person that I am in the games that I've played, I don't get it. I don't resonate with it. And so I bounce off of it. And it's just weird to me because I've never bounced off any Final Fantasy artwork ever, even for the games that I've hated. That's what's kind of weird to me, is that they made a very specific choice to make their characters, because they all look the same. You can see it in every character model. You know, it's not this character or that character, it's every character. It's an artistic design choice. And what I'm saying is I think it looks like crap. But that's just a personal opinion. But it will be one of the reasons why I don't continue to engage with the game. And that's a first for me in Final Fantasy. Even the Final Fantasies that I haven't really liked, I've really, really always enjoyed the artwork. And that includes the characters. But yeah, not so this time around. And probably not so ever again, because they tend to go in trends with Final Fantasy games. They tend to set a trend and then they just push towards that. And so yeah, we could probably see more of the same. Yeah, you got to pick your audience, you know. Yeah, if you can make more money making like people happy here or people happy there, you do that as a company, I guess. Because it's not a choice they've ever made before. In the past, Final Fantasy games have looked like Final Fantasy games, you know. That's been like the most accurate descriptor. I just don't think it deserves a fucking 90. I think little shit, like the shit that they didn't finish the voice acting for a majority of the NPCs, I think shit like that should immediately take you out of 90 range on OpenCritic. I think you can get a solid 88. But if you got NPCs in your game where they have a paragraph of text and they say the first 2 lines and then they stop talking, why? You had the VA. Just have the VA read a little bit more. Pay him some more money, or pay someone some more money. Have him read the whole lines, or don't voice act any of it. Because the most annoying thing is like when you go to read and then the VA starts reading and then you're like, oh, and then the VA stops. Now you got to read the next paragraph. It's like either do it all or don't do it. I think it's very lackluster. Just that one thing, I think, for me, if you're an RPG, you're an immersive RPG, you immediately are not getting a 90. You're immediately not getting a 90. Zephyr, yeah, that's fine to have that opinion, man. To me, the Final Fantasy story is probably the best Final Fantasy story that has been told. And it's simply because you get to be with the characters for so long, and they develop and change so much over time. And they're pretty consistent, even though the writers admit that they've had to, they've written plot hooks on the fly with stuff they've seeded earlier. I think that Final Fantasy XIV is basically unrivaled as a Final Fantasy story. And like I said, a lot of it is because you get to spend so much time with the characters and so much time in the same world that it really gets to grow and evolve in a way that shorter forms of storytelling don't. But that's just my opinion. You know, there are people who hate the Final Fantasy XIV story and won't engage with it at all. Turkton, you like that the danger we had in the Badlands? Yeah, accidentally body pulling the named guy and his 3 friends after like losing him. Oh yeah, we're not doing this. Robert, you're doing well at fighting this elite guy, but you're not going to kill him. We were doing so well at fighting this guy that it took me a long time to even realize he was an elite. That's how well we were doing at fighting that guy. I'm being risky right now. I step away for 1 minute and I come back to an elite. Sorry, Miles. I was talking about Final Fantasy and I was doing so well in that fight that I didn't even really... I didn't get that it was an elite until we got a little ways into the fight. They put him right there where all the other Crocolists are at. So you're fighting Crocolists 1 minute and then you're fighting an elite the next, so... I'm gonna kill that elite. We're gonna kill him at like level 40, we're gonna come back and kill him. Because I'm sick of him. I'm sick of him. Leo, yeah, Nintendo games not being I can't stand that in 2023 my kid fires up a Pokemon game and that shit isn't voice acted. Because they have a whole studio of anime voice actors who they could pay to voice act the games. Another reason why I hate Nintendo. Yeah. And you know, I know they can do it because Fire Emblem, huge RPG. Fire Emblem on the Switch, completely voice acted. Completely voice acted. So I know that they can do it, even on the little cartridge. They can get voice acting in the games. They just won't do it. They won't do it because they know you're going to pay $70 for their game anyway if you're a Nintendo fan. They don't have to make the games good. Because you're not going to get to play Pokemon anywhere else, so... Yeah, I talked about yesterday, I have huge problems with Nintendo. I think Nintendo's a shit company, and I think they treat their players and their fan base horribly with all the decisions they make. From using outdated hardware, like never having decent hardware, not putting voice acting in their games, not having any system that can simply run at 1080-60 so people can actually enjoy the beautiful games they do make. They force you to play their games on like archaic hardware that just runs like garbage. And yeah, that's awful. For a company that has as much money and clout as Nintendo, the way they run their business and treat their players is awful. They don't make odd decisions to time. They make really bad decisions intentionally that are bad for people. And what they do is they save a shit ton of money using processors that are 12 years old that they have on stockpile. How do you think Nintendo was able to put out OLED switches during a time when there was a chip crisis? It's because they have a huge ass stockpile of 12-year-old chips. The chips are garbage. The system is garbage. It can barely run games in 15 frames a second consistently. And yeah, it's not odd. People are like, oh, Nintendo's quirky and unique. No, Nintendo are a bunch of money-grubbing assholes who want to sell you ancient hardware for a premium price and then sell you their games that run like ass on that system for a premium price as well. And they want to do that for as long as they can get away with it. And that's what they do. You know, they can hide it behind quirkiness, but that's not what motivates the choices. What motivates the choices is money. That's it. D Domino, exactly, man. You nailed it. Yeah. Hey, when you're fed shit long enough, it just starts to taste good. You know, if you don't eat anything else, if you eat shit long enough, it starts to taste good. Yeah, there are people with refrigerators who have better chipsets in them than the Nintendo Switch. Absolutely. MJ, welcome to the stream. I'm on a hot rant about how much I hate Nintendo right now, but it's probably winding down. Zelda can be quite good. It looks and runs like ass. Period. Why is that, you ask? Because it can only output in 30 FPS. So it runs and looks like ass. It can be a great game. That's the frustrating part, Zephyr. Is that the game is probably amazing. The artwork is clearly amazing. The character design is probably clearly amazing. The gameplay might be really, really good. But it's held hostage on a piece of shit hardware. So it is a game that looks and runs like ass. Absolutely. Unavoidable. It could be the best game ever made. If you're playing it on the Switch, it looks and runs like ass. There's no way around it. There's no... Well, we're not arguing about whether the game is good. Like, the game is probably great. Yeah, oh man. Oh, have you ever played Diablo Immortal when it came out before, you know, we all knew it was going to be hot garbage? That game looked amazing on my phone. Yeah, it was amazing. Games look great on cell phones. They don't look great when you're using a cell phone chip from 12 years ago, which is what the Switch runs off on, is basically it's a cell phone chip from 12 years ago. It might be longer than that now. So, yeah. And you'd think like every other company, even Sony eventually lets you play their first-party exclusives on the PC eventually. Even Sony. You know, they keep it for like a year and 2 months, and then they say, okay, God of War on the PC. Horizon on the PC. They keep it for a while, right? They want you to buy their hardware, but eventually even Sony puts their shit on PC. Nintendo does not do that, because they want you held captive playing their games on shitty hardware. They don't want you to be able to wait and have an alternative. That's all. That's my Nintendo rant for the day. We've fought an elite Crocolisk, almost gotten killed. I have offended anybody who is a Nintendo or Final Fantasy stan, and I feel like my work here is done. I feel like my work here is done. I feel like I've said all the truthful things about those things I need to say. Now what I need is, like, I need ideas on what the hell we're gonna do next. Where are we gonna go get some quests? Where are we gonna go finish this level off? Because I don't know if it's going to be running around Stranglethorn or not. We can keep fighting green guys for a while. I guess I don't really mind that. As long as I don't keep running into Crocolisk. Lail, yeah, like the Dolphin emulator that was running them for a while until, you know, Nintendo shuts all that stuff down. But yeah, people love it. They want to play the games in high resolution. Mainly people like me, like, I just want to play the game in 60 FPS. I'm fine playing it in 1080. I just want it to run smooth while I'm doing it and not look like a pile of pixelated garbage. That's really all I care about. Yeah, I just want the games to run smoothly. And my eyeball can see 60 frames a second, which is twice as much as 30 frames a second. So I need the other frames filled in for me. Static display. We are kind of done with Dustwallow Marsh for now, I think. There are a couple of things we can do there, like running back out to the Shady Rest Inn. We can track down Pavel Reap. But I believe that his quest ends in us fighting like a bunch of guys all at once. So I'm not too hot to hunt down Pavel, because I kind of remember how that one went. This guy just kicked my ass. Level 34 just like lit me up. Okay, so we could go to the Badlands. I mentioned that possibility earlier. I have, what is this to turn in down here? What did I not turn in? Oh, the Stone of the Tides. Okay, yeah. We searched the island, so maybe we head back down that way. That's a possibility. We could come up here. I don't know how hard it is to get the 4 tablets, or if that's something we work on like over time. And then Special Forces. I don't think anybody really wants me to go into that cave. I'd almost be fine checking it out, but I know that that's probably not going to make anybody very happy. So. Turk, I agree that, yeah, like, kids getting on PCs is good. It just gives them skills. They're going to have to use PCs their whole lives. So, like, getting a kid on a PC, getting them familiar with the keyboard and mouse and the numpad and WASD and stuff like that. Definitely, definitely. That's one of the reasons why I let my kid play WoW when he's interested in it, because it gets him on the keyboard and gets him on the mouse pad, and he learns how to click open the application and just like basic computer stuff. But then again, in school, kids are on computers a lot these days. Like, my kid has a laptop that's like a school laptop that he can do all kinds of stuff on. So, yeah, they get the computers in their hands pretty early. Yeah, Sindal's alone, so like this comes with ads, I've been told. I wonder, what are the odds that we can, like, lease the ads, you know? Probably not very good. And if I wanted to do that, I'd probably want to have, like, a clear line of retreat to get away if things went sour. If it's 2 ads, I probably can't just take the hits. And I kind of worry about getting dazed running away. So maybe we don't do that, but it's like, she's there. And I'm just like very tempted to pull it. Maybe we get some buff food going. Jess, good afternoon. Thanks for stopping by the stream. We're gonna have to do a fishing stream soon because we are out of buff food almost, so that's not okay. Alright, let's pull it. I kinda wanna see what the ads are like, and we'll probably just end up bailing on it with a bubble, but let's see it. I'm gonna keep her moving. Oh shit, no ads? Okay, hey, that's cool. Hey, I guess no ads, or maybe we pulled her away from the hill, or maybe she just didn't get a chance to summon them. Maybe she tries to pull ads from nearby. Maybe that's what it is. Adrian, you have some awful hail there? Oh man. Be safe, okay? That sounds terrible. We have another autumn day here. It rained and the temperature dropped a lot, and it's actually quite pleasant out, so I'm kind of being spoiled by the weather right now. It's rainy, but I don't mind the rain when there's not, like, ice cubes fly from the sky. Oh, no problem, Jason. It's fine, like, I'd rather be safe than sorry, you know? I'd rather have somebody tell me that it comes with ads and have that not be correct than have someone tell me, oh, it's fine, pull her! And then have 2 ads drop on me. So it's all good, man. Well, that's cool, though. That's one we can turn in. I kind of want to try the commandos and head shrinkers. Just, like, maybe a little bit, you know? A little bit. Are the head shrinkers all pretty far in? Are there not, like, a lot of them near the surface of the cave? Is that what it was? You had to go deeply in? And that quest doesn't involve killing Kurdzin himself, right? That quest is just for the commandos and just for the head shrinkers. I almost feel like we could probably do it. We've done some risky things recently, and we've gotten away with them. But I don't feel like any of them have been too reckless. What else do we have going on here that we don't have in our quest log?
What can I do for you?
Strength and edge. Oh, this is a little bit better than what we have. We gained a couple of agility here. We're already wearing leather gloves.
Have a good one.
So that's cool. I'll definitely take the upgrade. You have Panther Mastery. Oh, okay, so Panther Mastery, this is the Panthers. These are in stealth, right?
Be careful.
This is probably going to be a little bit safer than the Commandos. And then Raptor Mastery we're not ready for yet, but we'll grab it anyway.
No! Keep your feet on the ground!
Okay. Let's see. Where we can find these Panthers apparently just all over the place. The place that I usually farm them is over here. So let's get onto the road, we'll go have a look. I probably could have sold back at the camp, right? Yeah, there is a vendor there, and I just didn't even think to sell or repair or do any of the things that one might expect me to do. When they're mounted, I'm like really interested to get their hardcore tab, but they move so fast that there's like no way I can inspect them fast enough. Especially as we start seeing like higher level people, I'm going to be really curious about their hardcore verification. Because I am nosy. Zephyr, I think that for a lot of people, professions probably aren't worth it when it comes to production professions. What I would say is like the professions that are worth it are probably like herbalism, alchemy is what I'm going to be doing going forward. It's pretty easy to just like around the map just keep herbing, and then you can keep that skill where you need it to be as you progress with your questing. And then potions are useful to everybody. But I would say that, you know, stuff like blacksmithing especially is not super valuable for the time that it takes to put into it versus what you can get out of it. I would only recommend production professions for people who wanted to spend like, you know, lots and lots of hours specifically going out to mine. And if you don't really want to add like the 30 or 40 hours to your hardcore journey, then you probably want to stick with something else. Also, just like doing herbalism and skinning is good just to sell the money on the vendors, because most people are going to need gold for bags, and for mounts rather. So yeah, I would say skinning herbalism to sell it, or I would say herbalism alchemy for potions would be really the only things that I'm going to do going forward are going to be that. But you know, everyone has different opinions. It all depends on how much time you want to put in. Even without professions, you're looking at like a 250-hour journey. So then anything else is just stacked on top of that. There are so many tigers here. That's the problem with this quest, is like you're mainly fighting tigresses. And every once in a while you find a panther, and sometimes you get really unlucky and you find a panther while you're fighting a tigress. Explaining my microphone setup, I have a Yeti microphone. It's a USB mic. It's the Yeti X. It's a cardioid mic, so it works best when it's like close to you, and if I were to turn the gain up and move it farther away, I would be picking up like a lot of background noise and echo and stuff. So this particular mic and the way I'm using it works best like this. But if you were in like a super soundproof room, you could probably move it about a foot away and it would probably still work pretty well if your room was like a recording room or something like that. And that's it. It's just a USB Yeti X mic on an arm attached to my desk. Usually these guys hang out near trees. Oh, you are an elite in this version of the game. I actually don't want to be anywhere near you, so maybe we will have to farm these guys somewhere else. Yeah, Taylor, Yetis are a really good mic. They're good for starting, and they're just kind of good in general, and they're not super expensive. Like, the Yeti mic I have, I got for pretty cheap, especially compared to things like the Shure SM7B that a lot of streamers use. And I had a Shure SM7B for a little bit, and it just didn't work with what I was doing at the time. I wasn't streaming at the time. I was doing just recorded stuff. But what I found is that the sound quality for me and how I use the mic, it wasn't any better on the Shure SM7B, but it was harder for me to control the audio settings. I struggled a lot to control the audio settings and tweak them and keep them where I wanted with the Shure. And there's a couple other devices that you have to work in to use a mic like the Shure mic, whereas with the Yeti mics, they're just USB, so they're plug and play. And for what I do, that's been better for me. And the cool thing about these mics is you can use them for anything. You know, if you have like work meetings and stuff that you do through Skype or Microsoft Teams, it's good for that too. My wife uses my old Yeti mic for facilitating online classes and for work meetings and stuff like that. And people are always astonished because people are used to hearing like shitty audio in work meetings, like just the normal PC audio or a headset audio. So when they hear her talk with a real microphone, they're like, oh my god, you sound so good. It's like, yeah, that brings a lot of value when you're teaching online classes and you just don't sound like garbage the entire time. Whereas like most people just use most people in the corporate world just use like a headset or their PC audio. Most of them don't know, like if I get a really good mic, it's going to improve my life and the life of the people that I have to interact with in my job. And so yeah, the Yetis are good because they can be used for all that stuff too. I started on a headset when I first started my channel a long time ago. I played Metro and I had a gaming headset that I was using for my audio, and yeah, it sounded necessarily bad. And what sucks is, like, especially in other walks of life, people start to think that they hate their voice, because sometimes they hear their voice as it is recorded or heard through a shitty microphone, and people start to think, oh man, I just hate my voice. I could never do this or that. I just have a terrible voice. It's like, no, you don't. You've only used shitty mics. The reason why your recorded audio sounds bad is not because you have a bad voice. It's because you have a shitty microphone. And like a lot of people never really get it. They just are uncomfortable hearing themselves recorded because they're used to it sounding like garbage. Because they've never recorded into a good microphone. Static Display says, no, people hate my voice in person too. Maybe it's the things you say, Static, and not necessarily your voice. Maybe it's the stuff that the words form. I'm just guessing. I don't know. People probably love you. Have we found any of these stealth guys yet? I don't feel like we have. I don't feel like we've had a lot of luck. Maybe we will have to look over more in this area. What I don't like about this area is the level 40 elite that's kind of hanging out up on the hill where we're out of line of sight. That's awesome, Lael. I don't know if I saw like a WoW version of the Yeti X when I looked. That's really cool. I just have the standard black one. I remember there being older versions of like the older Yetis, but I didn't know that they did a WoW one for the Yeti X. I'm gonna check into that. See how cool it looks. Static Display says, I only say what they need to hear. I think we found the problem. I think we have found the problem. I didn't get more water. We're going to run out of water. We have 14 of the sweet nectars. Those are still pretty decent for us. We only have 1,300 mana anyway. Oh god, this elite, man. This elite, I'm not going to be able to like stand and fight for 5 minutes until I realize it's an elite. This elite's going to be like a rogue attacking us really quickly, and it's going to tear us up if it hits us. So yeah, we definitely don't want that. So maybe it would just be smarter to head across the road over here and be in a different area. Let's go do that. Oh, look at this. We're getting really lucky today. We're getting really... These guys are usually really, really hard for me to find. So the fact that we've gotten a couple of them, like, really, really quickly, it's pretty awesome. I am pleased with the progress we're making. Ah, perception. Yeah, a little bit different than my human thingy. But, yeah, we do have perception. I could pop that. It doesn't last long, you know? It's not up for long. I'm gonna struggle bus it here as I try to get out of my sweater. Okay, yeah, that's fine. It started off really chilly this morning, but we're not running the AC with the temperatures like they are, so then it got kind of warm down here in my office. Tuna fish on my armor to attract the Panthers. That sounds legitimate. Yeah, I feel like that would work. I imagine it's like a tuna paste, you know, or maybe it's like it's like a gel. Are you an elite? You are an elite. Okay, so not only do we have an elite cat over here, we have elite ogres just kind of hanging out. We absolutely can't be here right now, so yeah, let's leave. Level 37 gorillas. Also not anything we need to mess with, but they want to mess with us because they have a pretty huge aggro radius. So we will not be skipping these guys, it seems. Lael, is it fashioned after Horde or Alliance, or is it just like a WoW mic, like the WoW colors? I'm gonna find it on Amazon, I think, and look at it. But I was curious, like, if, you know, sometimes they do like a Horde version and an Alliance version of stuff, like their gaming chairs, they did that. I'm surprised they would pass up an opportunity to sell you not 1 but 2 microphones. So I feel like there are definitely people who would want the Horde and Alliance version if they went that route. Mercurius, thank you for being here, man. I appreciate that. Thanks for checking out the stream. Yeah, we're gonna get the mount by Sunday for sure. We could probably get it tomorrow. If I end up playing a lot, we'll get it tomorrow, but we'll have to see like how the streams go and how far we can go. But by Sunday for sure. And then also what happens at 40 is we become part of like the 1% club. It's like only 1% of all hardcore characters created ever get to 40. Some kind of statistic like that. So we will be in the 1% club. Mercurius, it's usually like if you have reputation, it's usually like 90 something altogether for like mount and the riding training. And I think it's the riding training that costs more. You get a little bit of a discount based on your faction rep that brings it down to like 90. So you need like around 100. For us, we're gonna learn it as a spell because we are a paladin, so we're not gonna have to spend a lot of gold on it. We have quite a bit of gold. Like if we needed to get to 90 gold, I'd probably just have us farming in the Badlands right now. And we'd probably get there just fine, but the good thing is like we're not going to need to do any farming. Yep, that's going to be great. We're just going to learn the spell and we're going to ride away. It's going to be a good time. Ah, yes, Ra, and plate armor. I don't know where I'm gonna get plate armor. Like, yeah, we can train the skill, and then we're gonna keep wearing the exact gear that we're wearing now. It's getting kind of tough out there. Eventually, like, I think some quests will start to give plate, but that won't probably start till we're well into Tannerus or, like, Ungoro. Jesse, you wonder what the success rate is once a character does reach 40. Like, do they have a pretty high chance to succeed after that or not? That's a good question. I want to say, like, yeah, I feel like every threshold, it kind of, like, once you pass the 30 threshold, then you're kind of in a good spot if you continue to play, like, carefully. Because your class gets more and more powerful, and you get more and more buttons that can get you out of trouble. But yeah, but then 40 to 60 is still a lot of time, though. I feel like 40 to 60 time-wise is probably the same as 1 to 40. As far as how much actual playtime it's going to take you. But we're going to find out. I do feel like most people get killed in like the 20s. I feel like the 20s are a good place. That's where characters go to die. Because you feel a little power spike at 22 usually on a class, and I feel like for some people, like me especially, it makes you feel overconfident. And then like if you're not streaming and you don't have a bunch of people telling you the right thing to do, it's easy to make mistakes and get overconfident. Miles, yeah, I kind of do want to do the SM Armory run. I do kind of want to do it. I like SM Armory because let's say we're near the last boss and things go to shit. I think I could bubble, and I think I could get out. I think I could get out. It's not like a dungeon like Maradon where like you're gonna have to run forever and shit's gonna be chasing you the whole time and you're never gonna get out. I feel like even if things went totally sideways, we could bubble and we can get out of the dungeon. So that's why I might consider like an armory run. Maybe even later on a cathedral run, because I can run out, you know? Warriors have like no get out of jail free buttons. Warriors are incredibly hard to play when it comes to only dying once, because you have nothing. If we had been on a warrior, yeah, we would have gotten this character killed a long time ago. When you don't have a button that just negates damage, and you don't have a heal, and you don't have something like a stone claw totem to pull enemies off of you, and you don't have a sheep, like, warriors have nothing to help them survive in hardcore. What they can do is they can deal a lot of effing damage. And if you have cooldowns like Retaliate up, what you have to do on a warrior is if you get yourself into trouble and you've pulled 3 enemies, you pop your offensive cooldowns and you just pray to RN Jesus that you get some crits and that you can kill those 3 guys. Because what you're not really going to do is run away successfully. Unless you run quick, you know what I mean? But you don't have a bubble and you don't have anything. Yeah, Jason, alchemy would be crucial. Yeah, just having a potion and also, though, having elixirs up to just make you stronger. So that you can kill stuff even faster. Because I feel like on the warrior, that's what it boils down to, is like you surviving directly equates to you being able to kill things super fast. Super fast. And so for like a warrior, you're going to have to do dungeons on a warrior because you're going to absolutely need the best weapons you can get all the time. And you're going to have to go arms because you don't want to be looking for 2 weapons out there. You just want to be looking for 1 weapon. So yeah, warriors are hard. I will never do another hardcore warrior. I've put a lot of thought recently into the fact that there's basically 0 chance to get a character to 60 without dying. The chance is basically 0. Some classes have buttons that up that chance a little bit, but a lot of classes just don't. And so when it comes to like even it being worth attempting, there are many classes that in my opinion it's not even worth attempting a hardcore run. And the warrior is one of those. The warrior is like statistically you're gonna get it killed, absolutely. You have 0 chance of getting it to 60. Like it doesn't mean that someone couldn't. It just means that you don't have a chance. That's how I feel. Whereas with a pally, you got bubbles. Every bubble you have gives you like 5% chance to live to 60, right? It's something like that. But you know, the warrior is a class that I won't play again. Probably the rogue. The rogue probably also goes on this list by default. What else? What other classes just have no chance of living? Every other class is kind of good. Like priest, you have power word shield. That's awesome. You're gonna live a lot. Mage, you got Mana Shield, you got Blink, you got Frost Nova. Mages are gonna live a lot. Shaman, you got heals and you got Stoneclaw Totem, and that's really all you got. It's not that great. Druids, man, my druid felt like, you know, he felt immortal until he pulled 5 guys. Because I was doing bear form, so it would be like hot, bear form, and now we're healing as we're killing. And that was absolutely amazing. And so yeah, the druid would do okay. But yeah, I think rogue, warrior are on the list of classes that I probably would never try again in hardcore. Because I don't think that statistically it's worth the attempt. It's going to be a bunch of wasted hours. Yeah, Twisted, you get Vanish, okay, that's fair. You know, you get Vanish. Does that always work 100%? If I got 5 guys on me and I vanish and I like just scoot off to the side and stay there, like am I always gonna be safe, or am I gonna just be right back in another shit situation surrounded by the same 5 guys that just dropped off of me? I guess it depends, right? On if you've been running away. I'll give you rogue. I think some people could do okay with a rogue. And you get Vanish at what? Like level 20 you get Vanish? So you gotta live to level 20. Statistically, living to level 20 is it's not gonna be easy. But yeah, I guess if you the pet classes are fine. Yeah, the pet classes you have a fair chance of maybe living because you can sacrifice your pet. If you're good at pet management and you're good at controlling your pet and making it stop, making it sit, making it taunt, making it sit, like if you're good with that, then pet classes can probably be pretty powerful. Oh, who did I target here? Oh, this guy up here is PvP. I don't like that at all. Mike, I still got our hunter killed by Murlocs. I still got the hunter killed, and I thought I had my pet fighting enough of them, but then I put him on passive, and then like the guys caught up with me, and it was a shit show. Yeah. I was not playing carefully that day, and I was not being a very thoughtful player that day, so I got that hunter killed all on my own. Yeah, I don't think I'd ever do a rogue or warrior again. I feel like, yeah, if a rogue got to level 20, you got the ability to vanish. That's pretty strong. And I don't know what kind of cooldown that is, but I'm assuming like a 5-minute cooldown or something like that. Oh shit, what's going on over here? Oh god, that's terrifying. This is the one with 2 ads, Jason. Yeah, it's King Bagalosh. King Bagalosh is hanging out with his 2 ads. Mark the Frost Mage was super powerful, I felt. I got that thing killed by like stubbornly going into the same town council building over and over again. Otherwise, I feel like the mage was in a really good spot to live to 60. I don't know if I would do a mage again, but I feel like it was a class that had a lot of living potential. After you get a couple things, like you need Frost Nova, you need Mana Shield, you need Blink. Once you got those 3, you got Frost Nova, Mana Shield, and Blink. Like, unless you're me and you're going back into the Hillsbrad Town Hall again and again and again, pulling 7 mobs, unless you're me, you're probably not going to be able to get killed. Unless you just start engaging in combats like without any mana all the time, then you could probably get killed. Vanish is 10 minutes. Yeah, 10 minutes is a long ass time. I can almost get us killed a couple of times in 10 minutes. And the good thing is, like, with multiple bubbles, we only have to wait the 1 minute cooldown with the little debuff that we get, and then we can pop the next bubble if we need to. So yeah, yeah, Pally's, ooh, you're like right here. Pally's win for hardcore. I feel like I don't think that there is another class that is quite as strong as Paladins. I think that Priest probably come in like a really close second, depending on like what kind of Priest you're rolling. For like survival, if you were a disciplined priest, like you probably also could not get killed because your power word shield is going to be so strong at that point that there shouldn't really ever be a situation that you can't at least run away from as a priest. So, Alex, welcome to the stream, man. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. Hope you're doing well today. Perry, happy Friday to you too, man. Thanks for stopping by the stream. It has taken us a long time to reach the weapon skill cap. We're still not at 195. Perry, you've been watching the old Season of Mastery playlist? Oh man, that's a flashback. You know, Season of Mastery, the leveling part of it was a good time. It took me a while to realize I didn't have like super interest in farming raids and stuff, but the journey was okay. The worst part of the journey was Western Plaguelands. Skip the Western Plaguelands episodes. Because on that warrior, those were a tough time. But hey, we're gonna have another season, probably sometime by the winter. I'm putting the timeline probably around the same time that SOM started, sometime mid-November. At this point, like, I don't even know what kind of class I would play in seasonal content. I don't know what kind of class I would play if I didn't have to consider the class dying, right? Like, if I didn't have to worry about permadeath, what class would I play in Classic Era? I don't even know. So, yeah, that's going to be a fun choice when that happens. Alex, you're checking out the stream on your phone? Yeah. That's why people often, they'll ask me what level we are, you know, because I think they're on a phone and they can't even see, like, what level we are currently. That being said, though, you know, it's great that we can do that kind of stuff on our phones. I remember last summer the power went out and I was, like, so freaking bored. It took me so long to realize that I could, like, go on my phone and just watch a Let's Play. I felt like the stupidest person alive. I was sitting there, like, you know, I was reading books and stuff, but I was getting pretty bored. And then I'm like, oh wait, I can just put my earbuds in and I can literally go watch Chris play something or Co play something. It took like a day into the power outage for me to realize it. Ooh, this guy was hunting us. Did you see him kind of snaking his way in? Yeah, we were the hunted. Definitely. Oh, this is the last one we need, too. This might be the fastest that I've ever been able to complete this quest, and the biggest factor behind that is the fact that there are no other players here doing it. Because usually these guys are hard to find, and they're farmed out. And that was not the case here. I say that we just go turn this one in. I really don't think there's a lot of other stuff that we need to be doing right now. What we can do is we can turn this in, then we can hearth down to Booty Bay. We can get that one turned in. And then we need to think about where we're going next. I think we'll check out things in the... Ooh, these ogres. Okay, these ogres are not elite. Okay, I don't really want to fight them anyway, but they're not elite. We'll check out the Badlands. There are a couple of things there to do. I thought we had like a rock elemental quest that was going to take a while to farm. I wouldn't mind working on that. I wouldn't mind just going and fighting those ogres over in the northwestern or eastern part of the zone and farming on them for a while. They were really easy to fight. They were at level with us. So I wouldn't mind doing that. Jason, stay safe. Stay safe until at least level 20. Get some more of those utility skills. And Murlocs are always gonna suck. Pretty sure the first Warlock we did got killed to the Murlocs right there by Goldshire. Just completely killed at level 7. Maybe that's what I'll play for a non-hardcore character. But when we get to the seasonal stuff, maybe I'll play a Warlock. I've played like this much Classic Era Warlock, so that could be a really cool journey to go on. Yeah, I like that idea a lot. I felt like the Warlock was going to be fun in hardcore, but we got one killed at level 7, and we got the pet got us killed at level 11, so... Yeah, I don't think I'd ever play a pet class again in hardcore, but I think I'd really like to play a Warlock outside of hardcore would be really fun. You know, that way when my pet kills me, it's like, it's not a big deal, right? Because the pet's going to get me killed at some point. The pet's probably going to get entire groups killed at some point or another. Let's be real. So yeah, well, taking out the hardcore factor, like it opens up classes like that. So I'll probably do something like that. I'll definitely do something that I would not be able to do on a hardcore run. And Warlock kind of fits the bill, seeing as how we got it killed at 7 and 11. It fits the bill of classes that I shouldn't play hardcore with. So yeah, because when I think about Warlocks, besides having the pet, you don't really have like a solid CC that I'm aware of. Although I could be wrong because I don't really know. But when I try to think about a warlock, I don't think about like any specific powerful CC unless maybe they have a demon control CC that if you're fighting demons that might be helpful. Lava, I went down a hill. I just went down a hill and didn't dismiss my pet. And my pet went down the other side of the hill. And so I went over here to pull a guy. He went over here to pull a guy. Between the two of us, we pulled an extra guy each. And then it was over. They can enslave demons, I'm assuming. You could sacrifice the Voidwalker with a skill. Does it give your character like a bubble for health or something like that? Like it sacrifices the Voidwalker and gives you a bubble?
What can I do?
That would be cool.
For the Alliance.
Alright, let's go to Booty Bay. That's actually cool. I bet you don't get that to like a higher level. That sounds like a level 20 or 30 ability to me.
Well met, traveler. There's opportunity to be had here if you're clever enough.
We played a little bit of a Warlock in Burning Crusade and a little bit in Wrath, but yeah, I never got it past like level 20. Yeah, I don't think I've ever had like a high level Warlock. Where are we going next? I guess we're trying to head back to the Badlands. Let's take a look at the map and see. We have Iridium Flakes. Like, yeah, we can fight these trogs on the outskirts here. They're not that dangerous. We can get the Iridium Flakes. That might take a while, so it could be a little bit of grinding. I thought we had like some kind of rock elemental quest. Maybe this right here. Yeah, we just never picked it up. We need to get 10 small stones. So yeah, we'll do that. We'll probably work on this one first, and then if we get that done, we'll come over here and work on the Endurium. What is it with the Paladin that I like so much? Right now I like that it keeps us alive since we're doing the hardcore thing. I've always liked the aesthetic of the Paladin, like being a holy warrior. I like the idea of using a sword and shield. We haven't been able to do that on this character yet. And I like characters that wear heavy armor, so there's lots of stuff that like innately draws me to Paladin. But right now what I like about it is that it has so many buttons to keep us alive, because that's what matters right now.
You got my attention.
So I guess I'm gonna go to Stormwind first, right? And then we need to... We're trying to get the Thelsimar, basically. Do we want to just do an 8-minute flight?
Off with you.
I feel like that could be okay. A gyrochronotom from a vendor? I think I said that word horribly wrong, but what would that do for me? Is that a quest item I need? We'll be back here, so this will not be the last time that we are in Booty Bay. Definitely have a lot of stuff we'll do here in the future. It's needed for a quest in the Badlands. Okay, perfect. Yeah, we'll be back here. That's fine. Yeah, it's like the bronze tube. Yeah, some engineering suppliers will sell it. They probably have a limited supply of it, and like us finding it on the vendor is probably going to be like a chance, depending, you know, now that we're in the level 30 areas, there will be less people visiting those vendors and less people buying those items. Yeah, the bronze tube took us almost forever to get. We were almost out level for the quest when we finally found a vendor that had one. We might as well drop this. We're not going to be able to do that one. And we could probably drop this one. We're probably not going to go back and farm the opposite faction. I'm not even sure if it's valuable to do that. So we're probably, and if we wanted to do that, we could just pick the quest back up. So let's drop it. Let's clean up the. This too. I don't think we'll be getting the wizard's reagents out of the crate. We'll drop that for now. And yeah, there it is. That's what we have. Nikolai, the first class I ever got to 60 would have been my Tauren Warrior from back in the day. That would have been my first max level class. Before that, I got a Hunter to level 29. I got an Undead Mage to level 25. And then I went on the Warrior. And I got the Warrior up to 60. But keep in mind, it took me a long time to get my Warrior to 60, okay? By the time I got my Warrior to 60, like, we knew Burning Crusade was coming out, and we had a date for it. So, like, I got that character to 60 well into Vanilla WoW. And like I said, prior to that, I had played on a Hunter and a Mage. Like, by the time I was hitting 60, my friend was already planning his entire life around the fact that he was going to have to get a Blood Elf Paladin up to level for his guild as quickly as he could. It was a ways off yet, but he was still planning it. he was basically planning, like, 20-hour play sessions to level his Blood Elf Paladin because people on the Horde were getting so excited that they were finally going to get to have Paladin. So yeah, you know, he took a long time. My life wasn't like it is now, and I didn't play for like 4 or 5 hours a day every day. I played a couple hours here and there when I can get on the weekends and after work and stuff. Turktine, I feel like all my friend got to do was go stand in raids and spam Flash of Light heal. I think he ended up having to be a healer on the Paladin, which he like absolutely hated because he'd been a Hunter main before that. He'd been the Hunter officer in his guild, but then they really needed a Pally, obviously. And he was a guy, he didn't have a job, he didn't have any social requirements in his life. Like, he was the guy who could sit there and play all fucking day. And so he was the obvious choice to help his guild and to level up that class. And then he ended up being a healer on it, and you know, just spamming Flash of Light, and like, he absolutely was miserable. I remember like how miserable he was when they want me to heal again. They want me to heal again on my Pally tonight. I'm like, dude, they're only ever gonna want you to heal, man. Nobody wants your Hunter. So yeah, it kind of sucked for him. You know, I remember him being so excited to get to play it, to get to level it and stuff, and then like just the tedium of standing in raids and just spamming heals. He hated it. He liked getting the gear though, you know, when you get fed all that sweet Pally gear, like nobody else needs it, and you just get fed all the gear. He liked that part. Yeah, Turkey, he never tanked on it. I don't know why. I don't know if like I don't know if at the time the meta was still like they didn't want Pally tanks or what it was, but yeah, he never tanked on it. He only ever healed on it. Twisted, I think we all felt really happy when Rhett got that huge buff in Wrath of the Lich King. And we had some cool abilities to use and felt super strong. Yeah, that was a good time. Absolutely. Yeah, when Rhett became a real spec. Yeah. Corey, you have a Pally you've been playing since MoP? Yeah, I have a Paladin in retail that's been around since Wrath of the Lich King. It was my Wrath Pally. Did Ulduar and Ice Crown on him. Did all the Cataclysm raids. And yeah, he's still around actually. He's sitting on Storm Rage server now for some reason, even though he's Horde. It's a Blood Elf Pally on Storm Rage, which is an Alliance server. Yeah, Miles, having Crusader Strike and Divine Storm, like that's what it was. It was like, okay, cool. 2 like class-specific attack abilities. Having an AoE attack at that point in the game was clutch, you know? They didn't nerf them too much, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, they were super powerful when they first did the rework, and then I'm sure they had to rein in like some of the power. But they didn't nerf them too much. I mean, I remember leveling our Paladin through Wrath, and just feeling like after a point, it was easy to pull like 3 or 4 guys at a time as ret spec. Which is kind of like the first time in World of Warcraft that you're like able to do that and able to play that way. When I reach 60 on the Paladin, what is my plan for then? Raid, start over, or something else? I'm not gonna raid. I don't really have a big interest in raiding. I think when I do raid, we'll probably do the raiding in like the season. Whenever we get the season of Classic Era. That's when I'd love to have you guys in a guild and we can actually do some raiding. For this character, I don't see a point in doing the raiding, so I'm not really gonna do hardcore raids. If I do a hardcore raid, it will be with the full expectation that the character gets killed off. My only goal on the character is to get to 60. You know, I'm just trying to complete the challenge. Depending on how much time we have between like me getting to 60 and the hardcore official servers coming out will kind of dictate what else we do. Because I'm not sure. Sarah, hello, welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, I don't think that we'll have time to get this character to 60 and then like do another run before official hardcore. So I'm kind of just hoping that the timing works out. I got my fingers crossed that, you know, we'll hit 60 and sometime right in that window, if not a little bit before, we'll be on the official hardcore servers. I'd be fine if this character got into the 50s and like official hardcore came out and then we can kind of alternate a bit and our characters can get a little bit of what's called rested XP. That would be pretty cool. So, yeah, but it's all going to depend on the timing. And so far Blizzard has been loath to tell us anything more about the timing of official hardcore. Other than that, it will be out sometime in the summer. I kept expecting us to get some news. I thought that after the Diablo 4 hype kind of went away, like the initial release hype of D4, I thought then we would hear a little bit about the hardcore stuff, but we haven't. And it's weird. Red Robin, is there much guild interaction or is it mostly leveling guilds? Like, I'm not sure. In hardcore, we don't really see a lot of guild interaction because I don't really do anything with the guilds. I'm not sure what the environment is like when it comes to like regular Classic Era. I'm assuming that there are existing guilds on the existing servers that have like, you know, raid groups that go out and stuff. If we put a guild together for the season, it'll be with the hope of doing 5-mans and doing the raids. So I do have an interest in seeing the raids, I just don't want to see them in hardcore. I don't have a big interest in it for hardcore. Johnny Hoover, we spent a lot of time traveling, man. Yeah, I've been going slow this morning. We probably could have leveled if I had like picked a solid place and like just grinded. But we've been kind of all over. Then we took like a 9-minute flight, so... Just to get back out here, we got a couple of things I want to do. This was the item that we couldn't fight to it, basically. We couldn't clear to this. We can check it out again, but it's probably going to be a very similar situation. We're not that much more powerful, so... fight some stuff on the way. Twisted, you can't imagine doing the Molten Core Attunement in hardcore? Yeah. I can't imagine doing any of the higher level 5-mans at all, like in hardcore, because like my experience with those is that you die. You wipe at least once when you do those dungeons. It's just it's kind of expected. Eventually something goes wrong, or somebody just makes a mistake because they're longer dungeons and they're more complicated, harder to navigate. And eventually you're gonna get the group killed. It happens, and like it's not a big deal except on hardcore when it is a huge deal. And that's why I'm staying away from that content this time around. And I don't know really what the dungeon plan is on the official hardcore servers. I plan to run more 5-mans than we've ran here. So I will be running 5-mans on the Shaman on the official hardcore. But I don't think I'll be doing anything past a certain point. I feel like the Scarlet dungeons are like as high as I really want to go. I don't know after that what else I feel safe doing. When it comes to things like Sunken Temple or even Uldaman, I guess like I'm comfortable enough with Uldaman that I would probably do Uldaman and I would probably do Zul'Farrak. And those are probably the highest level dungeons that I would do on a hardcore character. I probably would not even attempt anything higher than that, you know, on the road to 60. Because I'm just not comfortable enough or familiar enough with those dungeons. And mostly they're sprawling labyrinths that it's easy just to get killed in. Oh, but Sunken Temple is... I don't know the routes in Sunken Temple. You have to do so much. You have to go upstairs, click on a bunch of things, come downstairs, everybody spreads out in the circle, everybody goes to their platform, like... You need... Yeah, you can enjoy Sunken Temple if you have someone in your group who just, like, knows what to do and where to go. And I am not that person. Not when it comes to Sunken Temple. Alex, I wouldn't do Gnomeregan. I wouldn't do I hate Gnomeregan anyway. I don't enjoy Gnomeregan very much. And I do feel like there are parts of Gnomeregan that are unnecessarily risky. And I do feel like every time I've done a Gnomeregan run, I've gotten killed at least once. So, I kind of try to think of it that way, like, is it a dungeon that I have lots of memories of one-shotting? If I have lots of memories of one-shotting the dungeon, then it's probably relatively safe to do it on hardcore. If my predominant memories are of wipes or really, really crazy things happening, then there's probably not a high chance of doing it on hardcore. And so yeah, like the starting dungeons, I would not even do Dead Mines because I have had too many times in Dead Mines where the enemies on the boat act really crazy and end up wiping groups. So yeah. Miles, the Gnomeregan music, absolutely the worst cacophony, the most horrible noises in the game are definitely found in Gnomeregan. Red Robin Marathon is also a dungeon. Like if I'm with somebody and they know where to go and they know what the routes are, then yeah, it's fine. It's a longer dungeon though. The last time I did Marathon, it was like 2.5 hours, maybe even closer to 3 hours. And that's a little bit long for a 5-man for me. I feel like general fatigue can get you killed in that situation. Hey. Let's see, here in the Badlands, I've stopped to work on my latest project, my Shackles of Elemental Binding. When complete, they will allow mages to summon even more powerful elementals for use in even greater capacities. It's all very vague. To start things off, I need small stone shards to test some of my newest offensive spells.
Alrighty then.
Alright.
Can I help you?
And coolant heads prevail. What is frost oil? Find frost oil.
Off and away.
Not really sure where we would do that. Unless it's like a reagent we can buy. Curial, if I get to 60, I'm probably going to be satisfied with that. I don't know if I would really bother with the respec because I don't have any aspirations really to do endgame stuff in hardcore. I just don't really care. The journey for me is what matters. My goal is to get to 60. If I have an opportunity to do something after that, maybe I would take that opportunity, but I don't have any big plans to do any of the endgame 5-mans or to do raids. And if I did do that stuff, I would be making the character immortal, and that would probably make it less fun to watch, because I'm probably not going to bother with doing like a hardcore raid where like when the raid wipes, everybody's dead. I don't really have a big interest in that. I think there's enough of that stuff out there to feed like the death reels that I don't need to. I don't need to do that and get myself killed or get a bunch of other people killed with me. So yeah, it's just about hitting 60. If we're really lucky, we'll be able to get to 60, and then the hardcore Blizzard servers will come out, and we'll be able to go do that. So. Well, currently, when you go to get into a group now, you always make sure to say, you make sure you're looking for this dungeon on hardcore, so that you're assuming the people that you're grouping with are going to be people who are on their one life, and that everyone's kind of in it together. Yeah, the problem could occur, like especially here on Bloodsail Buccaneers, is like you can get into a group of people who are playing hardcore, but maybe they're not playing quite as hardcore as you. Maybe their hardcore tab says pending, maybe it says failed. And maybe they know they've already died before, so maybe they'll care a little less. Yeah, you don't really know. You don't really know. You can only assume that most people are trying to stay alive, but yeah, you don't know for sure. And on the hardcore server, at least, you know, there will be some baked-in rules so that we will be able to know if someone is alive, they are still on their one life. Because we're assuming that the ability to res is just not going to exist on the official servers. So, you know, there won't be people who are kind of doing a hardcore run. You know what I mean? People will either be alive or they won't be. I feel like people are farming these for what? For like elemental resources? I saw somebody else fighting them. They could just be doing the quest, I suppose. Sometimes with elementals, I feel like players farm them for their resources. I do remember that the drop rate is bad, yeah. That's kind of like, I'm okay with that right now because part of what I'm doing is grinding. So like, it's actually good for me that the drop rate kind of sucks. Because that way we can grind while I also get to feel like we're progressing a quest, so it's not as like empty as straight out grinding. We're kind of working towards something that's going to take us a long time. The other good thing is, much like the ogres we were fighting, these guys don't do a lot of damage to us. Most of the damage is physical damage, and they don't run away. So these guys are actually decent targets for us to grind on for a while. Kind of wish we had like a bunch of rested XP, but what are you going to do? Lava, I think what's going to happen is you'll probably be able to keep them all as ghosts. You know what I mean? Like you'll probably, because I don't think they're going to make you delete the character. I think that you're just not going to be able to res. So I think what you'll have is you'll have a list of ghosts that kind of hang out on your login page, and that's kind of your list of like all the failed attempts. For me, I delete the characters because I like to grab my name. So like my characters are also ghosts, but they are deleted. And so if I wanted to see them, I could go to my undelete button, and if I go to my undelete button, I see my list of deleted characters. Except, you know, we're missing... I think it's the shaman, our first shaman, that I don't see that guy. Like, he's not in my deleted list, and he's not in my active roster. So, like, I don't know what happened to the shaman we first made, or if perhaps that was on a different server. I don't think that it was. But yeah, he's not in my undelete list, and he's not in my character list. Buffalo Bill, good afternoon, man. Thank you for stopping by the stream. I appreciate you being here. Guys, how's the music this morning? I feel like the music is really, really quiet today. It could be some of my native settings, like on my headset, but I feel like the music's really quiet. What do you guys think? Does the music need to go up? It just sounds really, really subtle to me right now. And since we're going to be grinding for a bit, I kind of like it to be in the forefront. We are you want, yeah, kick it up a notch. I felt like it could go up at least a notch. I'll turn it up a little bit, just a little bit. A little bit. We'll get through this pull first because, like, yeah, I wasn't ready to fight this guy, it turns out. Now we gotta save some mana for a heal here that we might not get. Pop this potion. And then we'll get this big heal off. A lot of you guys are saying that it's fine. Maybe I'll turn up my own volume a little bit. Alright. Maybe that'll be okay. Maybe I just need to turn up my listening volume on the mic, and we'll leave it like that, because I do think the settings are good. I bet if I do that, there's like next to no difference. I think that this new weapon is amazing. I think it's the reason that we're able to even go toe-to-toe with these guys, being at like level 39 and 40 like they are. Is that the new mace is just absolutely amazing. So yeah, really happy to have it. Paul, welcome to the stream, man. Thanks for being here. I appreciate you stopping by. I'll say like 5 or 6 more of these guys, and we are gonna ding. Povlatus, you ask, where am I from? I am originally from Michigan, which is where I live now. We spent about 8 years living in Missouri. So yeah, from Michigan, but recently spent a lot of time living in Missouri. We moved back to Michigan about 3 years ago. Well, actually, almost exactly 3 years ago today, I think. Yep. California is the best place to leave, yeah. Now, living there, I don't know. Living there would be very, very expensive. I think that most people who live in California agree that it's the most expensive place on the planet to live. I think it's a good place to leave because of, like, the natural occurrences that go on there now are, like, very, very unpleasant. I would hate to own, like, a multi-million-dollar home just to know that at any moment a fire could sweep it away. They go for the good weather, then they leave for the forest fires. Yeah, they don't go there for the great real estate prices. That's absolutely for sure. I mean, anything is worth it when you have the money. You know, it's easy to say shit's worth it. $1 million house, totally worth it. Yeah, if you're making millions of dollars, then the $1 million house in California is totally worth it. Absolutely. I'll just pay a normal amount of money to live in a normal place that doesn't have earthquakes and fires. And then that's probably what I'll do. Yeah, if I had millions of dollars, there's no way I'd spend it living in a fucking place like California. Nope, I'll be out in the middle of the woods in a big-ass cabin with a fiber line trenched to me. Like, if I'm gonna pay that kind of money for a place, I want to own land away from people, so that I can do whatever I want on that land. And if I want some nice weather, I'll just own a timeshare in California. I don't think that would ever be a place that I'd want to live year-round, just because of some of the stuff that could happen. I wouldn't want to live year-round if I could help it anywhere that I might have to evacuate. I try. My life consists of making sure I avoid moving into any areas that I might have to evacuate one day. So yeah, Missouri was good. Being in the middle of the country was good. Like, a lot of the really bad shit didn't get to the middle of the country. And then being in Michigan, we're surrounded by lakes, and that protects us from a lot of weather stuff. Yeah, I'm fine with tornadoes. Tornadoes are fine. I can deal, like, you know, in Missouri. I never saw a tornado. We lived in downtown Kansas City, and usually tornadoes don't, like, get into downtown areas where there's tall buildings. There's, like, atmospheric considerations for, like, why it hardly ever happens. Not that it never happens, but it hardly ever happens. And so yeah, I liked Missouri, like, for being protected from, like, really, really bad weather. And same thing with Michigan, is like the lakes protect us from stuff. We don't have earthquakes. We don't really get exposed to the forest fires because the lakes kind of funnel that stuff away from us. Ultimately, I could probably live in any place as long as it was a place that one day I would not have to randomly evacuate for something that's completely beyond my control. I'm too... Yeah, I just have too many things that I need to, like, have just so to contemplate having to up and leave a place randomly for an unknown amount of time. Especially sometimes you don't know if you're gonna be coming back to a house. So... Turk Team, that's awesome, man. Congratulations. That's awesome. I do feel like eventually lots of things that are currently on the coastline will in fact be underwater. I think we've kind of known that, like, scientifically, humans have understood that about the United States for a while. That, like, invariably over time, and we might be talking about like 20 years, we might be talking about 100 years. Could be talking about 500 years. But I think, like, yeah, inevitably, like, the shoreline is gonna, like, get encroached upon. Like, I think we kind of have known that for a long time. Sometimes I feel like we know that shit's gonna happen, but we're like, ah, that's like future me's problem. And then lo and behold, one day we are future me. And we have to deal with the shit that people told us was gonna happen. I think that happens sometimes with humans. Sometimes we don't have a choice. A lot of people don't have a choice of where they live. A lot of people grow up wherever the hell they're born and they don't get away. And they don't have a lot of options to make their life better or to make big changes, so they just are where they're at. Sometimes you're in a hurricane zone, you just have to deal with it. Povlatus, to answer succinctly, no. No. I don't really know what that means, but the answer is no. If you really need an answer to that one, I'll answer it once. I was content to ignore it. Is Classic WoW dead or not? I don't know, man. You'd have to get on and play and decide that for yourself. I don't know what your definition is of a dead game, and I'm not gonna guess. There are lots of people playing, and they have lots of fun. So, is the game dead? You decide, man. You figure it out. Raw, it's obviously not real, man. It's obviously not real. Alex, you went into the Tower of Altalax? Wait. Aren't those elites in there? Either way, man, I think that tower is really bad news. That's the one in Ashenvale, right? Jason, I don't know who that is either, and I feel like I don't even want to. This is probably the least interesting topic to me. In Red Ridge, oh. What tower am I thinking of in Ashenvale? They're full of warlocks. Yeah, the Voidwalkers. I remember, I think we tried to do that tower. I don't remember what character it was. But I feel like it was a while ago that we did that tower. I remember fighting through that tower and then somebody having a problem with like the way I cleared it or something. I have a weird memory about that warlock tower in Eastern Red Ridge. I wonder if that was before hardcore though, because that doesn't feel like something I would do in a hardcore playthrough, is try to clear that tower. Was it the Night Elf Warrior? That could have been. Yeah, we didn't touch any of that stuff on this character in Red Ridge. I remember that we didn't go into that tower. We didn't do any of that stuff. I think I just stayed away from it. The worst thing is that this weird topic that I was just like ready to ignore because it just sounded like garbage is a real thing. That's the worst thing about the world. Well, the worst thing about the world is when you hear something that just sounds like the absolute stupidest fucking thing you've ever heard, and you're like, ah, that's just somebody saying a stupid thing, I'll let it go. And then it turns out that it's real. Or whatever. That's the worst thing about our planet. Weird if real. Absolutely stupid and asinine if real, yeah. Oh, Jesus. Povladis, you are a chip copy of an Asian MMORPG. You are. Yeah, I mean, I don't have a big interest in watching two people hit each other's meat sacks, but if I was going to watch that, I'd like to see a demonstration where like some kind of actual martial skill was involved. Which I don't think would be the case with what we're discussing, and I can't actually believe that I'm going to discuss it, but... Povladis says, you are currently working in Blizzard, and I touched your feelings. If I'm really lucky, that's the only part of me you'll ever touch. If I get through my whole life that way, it'll be good. Mike, yeah, they definitely are. The thing about the live streams is that people can come say stupid stuff. Which they don't usually, but they're able to. And the way I respond to stupid stuff is usually by saying something even stupider. Yeah. I don't have a high tolerance for stupidity. Most of you guys are just flat out awesome. I never have to worry about it. But hey, ding, guys. Ding. Amy, thank you. I appreciate that, honey. Alright, let's see. What do we want to do? We are just gonna get back at Alex. You think Mount tomorrow? Mount maybe tomorrow. It depends on how the streams go, man. If I stream 3 hours each day, then maybe. If I stream for 2 hours and call it quits, then you know probably not. Probably still Sunday. But we will see how things go. I'd love to hit 40 tomorrow. That would be awesome. Did I finish the quest? I'm still looking. I'm looking for the small stone shards. So we still need some of those. Sixes. Nah, we haven't. We DC'd one time in the water yesterday, but besides that, I've had 0 DCs. We might have had one other DC. We might have had a random DC. I haven't had a DC that's been on my end, so I'm actually lucky. We have pretty good cable here, so I don't know if it's fiber or cable. I don't know what to call things anymore, but it doesn't usually go out on us. I should say that and like knock on some wood, but it doesn't typically go out on us. We had a water disconnect the other day, like in one of those spots where the game it likes to disconnect you when you fight in the water. We had one of those happen. That was a little bit scary, and thankfully we're able to get right back in. Oh, I got an umbral crystal held in offhand. See, this is not the type of blue that we need, guys. This is not the type of blue item that we need. Povladis, I'm not going to answer that question, but you can keep trying, man. I don't talk about politics here because I'm not a politician. Politicians are highly educated in the things that they do, and they're very experienced. And what I do is I leave politics to the politicians. Absolutely. That's what I do. Yeah, it's like a waste, you know. You get a blue item, and you know you're only going to get so many of them. And you hate for it to be something like this that you can't use, but and we can use so many items. That, like, of course it would be a wand. We got a staff. We got a blue staff previously. Ra, thank you, man. I appreciate that, buddy. 40 tomorrow. Probably 40 tomorrow. Maybe 40 tomorrow. Like I said, it really depends on how the afternoon goes here today and then how tomorrow goes. So, yeah, we'll see. We're trying. If only it was a two-handed mace. Right. I would take like a random piece of gear at this point. I would take a blue pair of bracers we could wear, or a blue pair of gloves. I'd take anything that we could equip, basically. Like, it's hard enough to get blues, and we've gotten a couple that we just can't use. Sean, thanks, man. I appreciate that. Happy Friday. These mobs are good. What happens, a couple times I've been lulled into complacency, and I haven't had the mana that I should have to start the fight, and that's just been a problem that I've been having, because they are pretty easy just to grind on. I just have to make sure that I'm not getting too sucked into the routine and that I'm actually checking my mana and stuff. Sixes, I've never seen that item before either, but I have a really bad memory with like item names. Umbral Crystal. How cool would this be for, like, who would use this? Maybe a warlock or a mage? I guess a warlock you could run with like a dagger and an offhand, and then like with a mage you'd have to have like a one-handed spell sword or something, right? 'Cause mages and warlocks, they can't use like one-handed maces or anything. Alex, it sounds like you're kind of being let down by blacksmithing in the same way that I was, except you've put a lot more time into your blacksmithing. And I did not. I feel like the only production profession where you can make a lot of really cool stuff for yourself as you level up is tailoring. And even with that, you need to farm linen, you need to farm wool, you need to farm those things. The cool thing about farming up linen and wool is like you can fight enemies while doing that, and you can be getting kill experience while doing it. It's because of the gems and stuff. Yeah, it is, right? It's because of the stuff that in normal play you would just go to the auction house and you'd spend a handful of silver to get what you needed, you know? Chase, thanks, man. We actually hit 39. Yeah, we hit 39. Don't try too hard to catch up. Just make sure you're being safe. I've had a couple people say they were trying to like catch up or keep up with me. Somebody got killed the other day trying to catch up with me. And what I would say is like, yeah, just make sure you're being safe. I play a lot, so I wouldn't want anybody to be like actually trying to keep pace with how much I play. I just want you guys to live. Yeah, yep, Chase, that's what I figured. A lot of people ask what level we are because understandably it's really hard to like see, you can't see the number on like a cell phone and stuff, and I know a lot of you guys watch that way. So I don't mind calling it out just because I know people can't see it. I love hearing about your guys' journeys though. I would always just say like, be safe, go slow. It's gonna be a 250-hour journey when it's all said and done, so yeah. It's just a nice long journey. I kind of wish that, like, as you fought more and more of the same enemy, that the probability of rare drops popping out, like, increased, you know what I mean? I wish there was, like, some subtle scaling going on in the background so that when you choose to grind on, like, one enemy type, you get passively rewarded by, like, just a higher chance for cool shit to drop. I don't know, like, what that system would be or how that would be implemented, but I do think that that'd be really, really cool. We'll call it the season of grinding. Yes, the more you grind on one enemy type, the higher your chances of getting awesome blue and epic loot. And we'll call it the season of grinding. Could be horribly misconstrued by other parts of the internet, I guess. But I think it'll be fine. Povladis, you're sucking in Classic. Why are you interesting with only one key? I don't get it. I don't get it either. Mike, it's okay. A part of me likes it. A part of me likes it. That's the problem. That's the problem I have. Like, think about it like this. I had to teach classes for 8 years, and I couldn't be flippant with people. Even when people were being, like, blatantly obstinate or blatantly stupid, I couldn't just, like, get flippant with them. And in this medium, since it's my stream, if I think someone's just being an idiot, I can say whatever I want. And I just have to take, you know, responsibility for what I say. So yeah, it's actually a relief to me to deal with people in this space as opposed to dealing with people in a corporate classroom. You know, it's like, yeah, there's always that one, right? But in this medium, I can deal with them how I want. Which I actually enjoy in some perverse way. Oh yeah, Mike, absolutely. Yeah, I would definitely got trained in how to say things a certain way and how to deal with people a certain way. And I kind of like it. I think a lot of those skills are very valuable, especially for taking like situations that would otherwise be very confrontational and like changing those situations to be something different. And yeah, yep. Povlas, have you ever polished your head? I think you should do it first. No, Mark, we're not. We're running with 0 blessings today. No, I've just been forgetting to keep it up, man. I treat it kind of like a combat buff, the way like you would treat like a battle shout, but to be fair, I'm just as bad about keeping the buff up. So, but yeah, I don't aim for 100% uptime, but I should be hitting it in combat. Absolutely, it would help a lot if I did. Why am I repeating you, Plovatus? Because I don't think that any of the questions you've asked me or the way that you've talked to me really deserve any other response than how I've been responding to you. It's pretty obvious. I respond to people with what I think that they're due, so... And to be fair, I'm not exactly repeating you. It's not exactly what I'm doing. But you've detected that I'm doing something, right? And so that should give you an idea of how I feel. And then as a normal person, you react to how someone seems to feel towards you, and then you change what you're doing, or eventually you go away. That's kind of how it works. Corey, thanks man, I appreciate it. Yep, now we're working on the big level 40. And we're thinking maybe as early as tomorrow, depending on how things go. Could be as early as tomorrow. No, unfortunately, yeah, the blessing only lasts 5 minutes. Different versions of the game, like as you proceed through like Wrath of the Lich King and stuff, you get it up to like a half hour, I think. It might be you know what, blessings don't exist in retail, do they? Eventually this gets up to an hour before being deleted from the game entirely. But in Classic Era, it's a little 5-minute buff. So I kind of treat it like a combat buff, the way you would treat like a battle shout. And the battle shout's a 2-minute buff, you know, it's 3 more minutes, but that's not very long. Yeah, Monica, the levels have been going pretty quickly. It doesn't feel too bad, but then I do the /played and it's like, it tells me I've been that level for like 6 hours, and I'm like, damn, that was a really quick 6 hours. Didn't feel like 6 hours. 6 is by Monday, we will for sure have a mount. Yeah, absolutely. By Monday, we will be riding around on a mount. Michael, how often am I running into other players? Not very often now that we're like above level 30. We do have somebody over here, but this is the first player that we've seen in a little bit. So yeah, it really felt like once we hit level 30, there were just a lot less people around. You know, we haven't had to fight for spawns, we haven't really had to fight for named guys. The situation really hasn't come up though. But yeah, a lot less people. We can do like a /who here, and we got 9 people. You know, that being said, Badlands not a very like popular zone, but it's kind of a world of difference from back in like the level teens and 20s. Ah, this is a rogue. Let's give him a little might. Let's toss him a little heal. He's gonna run right for that other guy with no heal. Jeez, he is brave. Whew, I wonder if he was looking at his HP, because I would not have engaged this guy with less than half my HP as a rogue. Maybe he had, maybe he knows he has evasion up or something. We'll leave him to it. Ra the Pally was your first ever vanilla tune? That's awesome. Yeah, I didn't play a Pally for a long time. I played Hunter, Mage, and then settled on the Warrior, and it was a long time before I like checked out other classes after that. Like, oh, I started playing Paladin in Wrath of the Lich King. And it was, I started playing Paladin right before they made all the changes, actually. I think me and my friend were leveling up a dwarf and a gnome. He was a gnome warrior and I was a dwarf paladin. And we were leveling those up together. And then by the time those characters got into Northrend, the changes to the paladin were obviously there. And like the paladin class changed like completely overnight, essentially. That was a fun time. That was really when I started playing Paladin more. Poe, not really. I don't. I have a feeling that you're going to anyway. But I'll give you a chance to hear my answer, which is no. And then I'll let you do whatever you're going to do next. Because I'm a fair kind of person like that. Poe, I'm being toxic to you because I'm trying to give you a hint, man. I tried to give you a hint the first couple things you said. I tried to be a little bit more subtle about it. And like, yeah, I guess I can see how you would feel like I'm being toxic to you. Yep, I definitely get it, my man. And you've probably never, like, come up against somebody who's being toxic to you the way that I am. You know what I mean? So I get it. It's probably kind of confusing to you. And you're allowed to have that opinion. You know what I mean? What I'm doing is not going to change, though. So, yeah. What I would recommend is that you find yourself elsewhere where you're more enjoying your time. And then you can go ask that person if they are a Democrat or Republican or whatever else. And they might indulge you, you know? They might indulge you. And you might get them to talk about what you want, the way that you want, but it's not going to happen here. So, yeah. Have a good rest of your day, man. Absolutely take care of yourself out there. You'll find what you're looking for. It just isn't going to be here, my man. Yeah, it's just practice, and like I said, there's unfortunately a side of me that likes to deal with people in that way when I have to. It's not a side of me that I like, but I'm definitely willing to troll a troll out of my chat if I have to. Because like I said, in a classroom I couldn't do it quite that way. It would be a lot harder to get the desired result, which is like to get someone out of the classroom is like 1,000,000 times harder than to get somebody out of my chat. And so I kind of prefer just talking people out. I don't really want to get to a point where I'm just like, I can't ban people for being like a light troll, you know what I mean? Because like, you know, some people just kind of enjoy that. Some people don't even really know that they're doing something that's wrong. And so I don't want to just start banning people from my chat because that's how they are. I found that a lot of times you can talk them out, and it's good practice for me. It's a practice in patience, I think. I try, yeah, and it's the corporation in me that has taught me to be as polite as I can, even while trying to tear into somebody. And it works better if you can tear into somebody while being kind of really calm about it. It has a different effect on somebody than if you start getting really agitated at them. Because then what you do is you have given them control of your emotions at that point. And I might give you some of my words, but I'm not going to give you control of my emotions. In essence, it's basically you might get me to react, but it will not be the reaction that you want or expect. Yeah, I'm lucky that I come from the background that I come from, because coming from a corporate background, teaching classes, running meetings, dealing with people, like, it has definitely put me in a position where, like, there are so many things that I would have encountered while streaming that if I did not have that background, I would not know how to deal with properly. And I would not deal with those things in a way that I liked afterwards if I didn't have all the background that I had. So I'm continuously grateful for the career that I had, because it gave me a lot of the skills that I actually need to do what I'm doing today, and to do it in a way that I enjoy it. Lava, just some. I think he was like a light troll. I don't even think he was like a full troll. It's just I tried to be subtle about, like, you know, that I wasn't going to answer his questions, the kinds of questions he was asking and the way he was phrasing them, and it took a while to kind of push that message home, but I think that we got there. I think that we got there. Johnny Hoover, I used to have a really bad temper, man, and it's a part of me that still has to be kept in check. I used to have a really bad temper, especially when I was younger, before I learned, like, the skills to control it and, like, any kind of social skills. Yeah, I'd be likely to fly off about anything. It's just that, like, over time and with the experiences that I've had to have, I had to, like, temper that part of me and understand that it was not an acceptable part of me to let out. It's still, you know, it's still there, you know, but... Jay knew I worked for H&R Block at their world headquarters building, teaching people how to do jobs, basically. So if you were a new hire coming to work for the company, depending on what department you were going to, I trained the trainers that are going to be training your class to come work for the company at world headquarters. And yeah, that was it. I trained some of the classes there, but a lot of what I did was I would write the materials, then I would go train the other trainers that we had at, like, our vendor sites throughout the country, and I would train them to teach the materials to the agents and to the people that they hired in. So part of the job was writing the course, and the other part of the job was classroom facilitation. Matthew Hood, thank you, man. That's super generous of you. I appreciate that. Thanks for being here. Jay knew you were the guy in the second to last row. Then you were the guy that I knew was just gonna, like, do what you had to do, and you weren't gonna need a lot of input, and you were gonna absorb the materials, and you were gonna be a person that was gonna be able to go do the job. Second to last row was great. It's like the people in the very last row that I worry about, and the people that are, like, that choose a seat off by themselves. How did you get a tag on that? How did I not tag this guy? Johnny, the way that I always started to see it was I started to see, especially situations like that, I see it as, like, a challenge, you know? I see it, like, when it comes to getting me to break my cool, especially in, like, a public venue, like, I see it as a challenge to just kind of, like, keep that shit under control. I don't even like to talk very fast when I'm upset. I try to, like, even make myself talk a little bit slower. Jason, definitely. Yeah, you know, the interesting thing is, like, people all learn in very different ways. That's kind of what I found out in my career, is, like, especially adult people. Adult people are all different. Some of them just want to read instructions to learn a task. Some of them have to be shown how to do it. Some of them like diagrams. Some of them hate the fluff of pictures and diagrams. Like, everybody is so different, especially when they reach adulthood and you're trying to teach, like, 30 people the same thing. But the way that they each learn it and absorb it happens differently and in a different pace. Yeah, I love learning theory. Learning theory is something that I'm really, really interested in, like how people learn and the different ways people can learn things. I'm still interested in it, even though it's not my career anymore. The cool thing is it's my wife's career basically now. She basically does the job that I used to do, but she does like 100% more as part of her job. Like she has to work with stakeholders and she has to manage projects and she has to write the course and she has to teach the trainers. She gets to do it all virtually from home, whereas like I was flying around the country too much to do some of the training stuff. But the cool thing is I still get to kind of be a part of that world and like get to stay fresh on like learning theory and stuff because that's her job, so we still get to talk about it. Vincent? No, I'm not. No, I've read a couple of books, but this is not something that I went to school for or anything like that. So I fell into my training development career because I wanted to write. I wanted to write for a living and I had some decent writing skills and they were like, okay, you want to write, you're going to also have to teach the classes. You're also going to have to figure out that kind of stuff. You're also going to have to build entire curriculums, so start learning how to do that. And yeah, so I kind of fell into the career by trying to use some of the skills I had to do something more interesting than what I was currently doing. But I don't have a big background, like, when it comes to my education and stuff like that. Just a handful of books and stuff that I've read on my own. And then obviously, like, a lot of experience and, like, mentoring from... I had a few really, really good mentors when I moved into my career that were just awesome people that were really good at the job. And I got lucky that way. Is that guy trying to PvP flag me? Shoot, did I miss something? I don't think so. If they were, I was oblivious to it. If they were trying to get me PvP flagged, I was totally oblivious. We're gonna have to go back to town, and by town I mean we are going to have to go somewhere quite far away. Oh boy, wait, somebody has to sell water here. There's gotta be somebody, right? It doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like there's anybody that sells water here. Lava, what level range would I recommend attacking in hardcore? I would always tell you to try to fight something a couple levels under yourself, if that's the question. That being said, you know, it's kind of like a do as I do, not as I say type of thing, because I think I'm fighting guys here at level 40. I will say more honestly that it probably depends on your class. What I feel about the Paladin is that for me, if the enemies don't run and they don't use magic, it's more valuable for me to grind on guys that are at my level or slightly higher. Because my kill rate's not going to be really quick no matter what. But if you are a class with a quicker kill rate and maybe you're a little bit squishier, then maybe this person is trying to do something. They seem to be waiting until I like go to attack the enemy. If you're a little bit squishier but you have a higher kill rate, I would say fight stuff that's under level so you can kill it faster, right? On a Paladin, I'm going to kill stuff slowly no matter what. So I've been kind of fighting guys that are at my level or above my level, because it's more XP per kill. Let's see if I go for this one over here if they shoot it again. I don't know if they're trying to do anything to me, but they might just be trying to steal tags from me. There we go. We were too far away for them to get this one. They have 2 on them already, so good for them, I guess. Alright, well, I guess I'm gonna run up to Thelsamar, because I'm pretty sure Thelsamar is the only place that we can get water. Because these guys don't have anything to sell us.
Need assistance?
6s. That's kind of funny.
You have a great day now.
Anger Fortress is Anger Fortress is a horde town? No, the horde town's back here. What is Anger Fortress? And why is it shown on the map with an icon that is usually reserved for player towns? I'm trying to discern if it's even safe for me to walk by. I think we came this way originally, so it should be okay. I just wonder, I mean, I guess it would have to be for the Horde, if it's like a questing hub. But I know that they have Kargath, don't they? And they have Kargath over here. It's a very upset fortress. It's an unhappy one, yeah. There might just be like, yeah, oh, okay, it's the dwarf place. Got it. The weird thing is it's marked by like the silver arrow that usually points only towards like settlements and stuff. It's weird for me that it's a place that's marked that way. That was what kept throwing me off. It's where rogues go to get their lock picking up. Oh man, that sounds dangerous and horrible. I'd love to get down here to find out like what this thing is, what this item is. Is it down in the pit? I can't even like find an item that we would click on. I just don't see if there's any way a solo player ever gets down here, you know what I mean? I don't know how we would do it. I don't know how we would do it. And since I can't imagine it in my head, we're probably never gonna do it. We have to go get water. I should have really stocked up a lot more. It's not like I don't have the gold to stock up. We'll buy another 100. And we'll see how long that lasts us. Yeah, Shay, when you're in a group, you're splitting the experience amongst the group. So like what a lot of groups do, and like what me and my friend did when we used to group up and level together, we'd go separate a little bit, like still stay close but separate a bit, and we'd fight our own mobs. And that way, like, you're killing more, and that's kind of balancing out the fact that you're splitting all the XP. But yeah, you definitely split the XP when you kill in a group. Now in hardcore, we can't group in the open world at all, so it's a non-issue. But yeah, in the normal mode of the game, if you're grouped up, you're splitting the kill XP. Absolutely. With the thought that, like, you should be able to kill faster. Me and my friend used to like to split up, but a lot of people like to just kind of stay together and target the same mob down faster. When the game got to a point where we had a little bit of AoE in like BC and Wrath, we would pull groups together and we'd kind of like AoE groups down as a team. That was a lot of fun. Once you got some decent AoE abilities. Plastic Nerd, do you think that's the NPC in the toilet? I walked up to the toilet. I think there's a toilet in the Burning Steps is the one that I'm thinking of. The outhouse there, I think I got it close enough to click it last time and I didn't see it light up or activate. Oh no, my background is falling apart. We have a critical problem. Critical problem, the Alliance banner is down. Yeah. The command hooks that I use, as I prophesized, do not stick forever to porous concrete walls. So, yeah, we're gonna have to find like a more permanent solution to hang them than command hooks. Blame the Horde banner probably did do it. Yeah, it's that hook. It's the hook that it shares with the Horde banner that dropped. Like it slid right out. Actually, it slid right out of it. I'm gonna have to fix that because it's gonna bother me. I'm gonna park me somewhere safe, and I'm gonna get the banner situation fixed like right now, because otherwise it's gonna ruin the playthrough. So yeah, give me 1 second, guys. Well, I've bought us some time, yeah. I've bought us a little bit of time. Like most people, I've turned to an ancient solution for holding shit up on a wall, and that solution is called duct tape. Because apparently command hooks, like, they're not as commanding as they used to be. It's a creepy sheep. I miss the creepy sheep. I just got delivered a sandwich. I might be going camera dark again soon. Not for banner issues, but this time for shoving my face full of food. Thanks to my amazing wife. She's made a sandwich that looks like too pretty to eat. I don't know how I'm gonna eat that. PV, it's not a bad omen because I knew they were gonna come down eventually because I knew that the command hooks were not gonna stick to like the porous concrete wall like forever. I need a better solution. I don't want to pin them up to anything or like put holes in them in any way. You know, because yeah, I need to find a way to like keep them up permanently, preferably without duct tape. I mean, duct tape is fine, it's not going to hurt the fabric, but preferably not duct tape. My wife delivers me sandwiches while I play WoW. Dude, I have an amazing life. Absolutely. Yeah. And it's not like she's just delivering me sandwiches, like she's making the majority of the money in the household. Luckily, she has a job that she actually loves. That's what I'm grateful for too, but yeah. It's not just that she's making me sandwiches.
What can I do for you?
She's doing everything. Literally everything. Like, we have a kid on summer vacation right now. Now, for the most part, he's pretty good during the workday about like having the things that he can do and kind of running his own life.
Off with you.
But he is only 8, so. Alright, did I buy enough? I don't think I did. I definitely didn't sell enough.
You got my attention.
But I do need to do this properly here. Yeah, that can go. Sorry about that, guys. So my wife had bought a KVM switch for her computer to try to like hook it up so that she could flip between the gaming computer and like her work setup. And so the KVM switch didn't really work, okay? So they said, that's fine, send it back, we'll send you another one. So we sent the KVM switch back, and the thing we got sent back to us is a kid's Minecraft costume. And that's what my wife was just showing me. That the replacement KVM switch had arrived, and that it was actually a kid's Minecraft costume. So, yeah. Thank you, Amazon, I guess, for the size 8 to 10 kids Minecraft costume. And it was also an opened Minecraft costume. So, like, God knows what happened to it before it got to us. So I told her that, like, my son can have it, but we gotta wash it first, since it was opened. That doesn't solve the KVM switch problem, unfortunately, at all. Nikolai, my wife has been playing some classic WoW recently. We want to do like a hardcore duo, like an immersive recording series, hardcore duo. I thought would be fun, so she's been brushing up her WoW skills, but primarily she plays single player games. She beat The Witcher 3 recently, she's beaten Moonlighter, Cult of the Lamb, Phoenix Immortals Rising, Hades. She put like 200 hours into Hades and beat the crap out of that game, and this is all stuff within the past like 6 months. So primarily she's my source of single player gaming, whereas like, oh, Hogwarts Legacy. So like I'll get to watch her play single player games that like I otherwise would not have the time to play. But she's been putting her toes into classics so that maybe eventually we can do a duo run. Johnny, it's awesome that you have like a situation that like your kids can actually get out and do something productive. I make sure to get my boy out of the house, and we, you know, we shoot hoops, he plays games, we play with the dogs, or we'll go for walks and stuff. But yeah, as far as like chores, you know, he makes his bed, he cleans up his laundry, he does like some house stuff. But yeah, I don't have a lot of like meaningful work. He likes to dig holes, but he thinks it's fun, so he'll dig a hole and I make him fill it back up when he's done. So that's like the only work he does. It's like him and our Jack Russell will go dig holes in the back part of the yard. You know, and that's cool. That's like work physically. It's like getting his arms stronger and stuff. I make him use like the big shovel. And then the hard part, I make him bury it. It's like a Zen exercise. You dig a hole, you fill it up. You dig a hole looking for worms, you put the worms back when you're done, you fill the hole up. But yeah, I wish if he had like animals he could take care of, man, he'd be in heaven. Like if he had a couple of goats, some chickens to feed and stuff, he loves that kind of thing. And we just don't have it where we're at. We are in the suburbs. Oh, Vic, yeah, she loved Witcher 3, man. She, like, beat the crap out of the base campaign. I would jump on sometimes during the day, and, like, I'd farm up some of, like, the Witcher gear to have, like, the different sets of Witcher gear for different looks. But yeah, she played the crap out of it. Kind of burned herself out. I was hoping she'd get into, like, the expansion content. Not really, like, Heart of Stone isn't that great, but, like, Blood and Wine is amazing. I was hoping, but she kind of burned herself out. She burned herself out, and then Hogwarts Legacy came out, and then she moved on to that. I've also been good at like putting games in front of her that I know she's gonna like. And that's been helpful too, like seeing what she has liked in the past, and then like I put a game in front of her and it's like, okay, this is a game that you like, okay, I got like 5 more ideas that are in the same vein. Like her getting into open world RPGs, that's like awesome for me, because yeah, there's so many and like I don't have the time to play them, but I love watching other people play games. Alright, I think as I head back over here, guys, I'm going to start eating some of this sandwich. So I am going to go camera dark, and I'll probably be a little quiet. I'm going to move my microphone out of the way for a minute here. And that way I don't have to, like, stop the stream or pause the stream. We can kind of keep going, but I am going to have to eat some of this delicious food. Johnny, the kids loved it at first, and they hate it now. I feel like there's, like, a trick involved into, like, making them not realize, like, how much of a chore things are. And I don't really know what the trick is. Part of me thinks, like, pay them money. But then they only seem to care about the money. You're like, I'll give you $1 for each thing that you do, whatever. And then they only care about the dollar and not about, like, doing the thing. So, yeah, it's a slippery road. Once they realize that what they're doing is work, then they're like, I don't want to do this. Like, but you were so excited for the chickens. That's probably what it would be with my son, too. Like, if we actually had all that stuff and it was his job every day to go feed all the animals every day, every time they needed it, it would probably lose its luster, right? I think he'd still like it because he just like he really loves animals. He thinks he wants to be a vet and stuff. But yeah, I think eventually, like obviously for a kid, you know, having to do that chore again and again every day is gonna get old. But it's like, yeah, welcome to life. I blame school for not being harder, like, especially in the early years. School is like basically daycare until you get to like 2nd or 3rd grade. My son's 1st grade teacher told him this year, it's in some way that 1st grade was not real school, but real school would start in 2nd grade. I'm like, that's great. I mean, school was still real school when I was in 1st grade. Not anymore, I guess. It's like fun time daycare. All right, I am gonna eat. Otherwise, I could talk about this forever. Static display, I have not played any more D4 recently, and I don't think I'm going to. I don't think I'll be playing any more D4, to be completely honest. Boop. There we go. Yeah, no, I think I'm done with D4. I bounced off of it. It turns out it's just not for me. Why did I bounce off of it? Lots of reasons. The aesthetic really wasn't for me. I think for me the aesthetic is too dark. At first I thought it was that I didn't like ARPGs, but then like I had a really good time in Last Epoch, and Last Epoch I'm gonna play when it hits 1.0. So I don't think it was that I don't like ARPGs. I think it was just like the consistently dark tone. It was a story that I didn't resonate with at all, and I didn't really like the characters or the way the story was going. It just really didn't hit any chords with me. I thought the side quests were basically a useless addition to the game. I thought, for me, the combat felt kind of boring across both classes that I played. I played the Druid and I played the Barbarian, and they both seemed really boring. And that just might be like how the combat is. But all that stuff combined with me just not digging the consistently bleak aesthetic, it wasn't really a game I wanted to spend more time in. Nikolai, I have played Valheim, yeah, and I like Valheim a lot. And someday I'd love to have like, you know, some evening streams where we play some Valheim. What I'd really love is for Valheim to stop being in early access. I'd really love for Valheim, which seems like a totally complete game already, I'd really love for them to get it to a point where they can take it out of early access. That would make me feel a lot better about jumping back into it, I think. I often have an aversion to playing too much of a game that's in early access, but with Valheim, it's like it lives in early access. That's just where it lives. And yeah, I'd love to do another You know what stopped my Valheim run the last time? I had a Valheim run going on my other channel that I use for games that I want to play that I know no one cares about. And so what happened with that was the boat happened. Having to learn how to maneuver a sailboat happened, and I couldn't figure it out. And I didn't want to have to figure it out. I got pretty angsty about it, because I really want all my sailboats and games to kind of operate just like the boat does in Witcher 3. I don't want to have to like simulate sailing, because I don't know how to sail, and I don't want to find out. And what was really egregious to me was that like I just couldn't figure out how to sail. And I lost like 2 boats just in the middle of the river, and I was like, yeah, maybe one day I'll figure this out, but it's not going to be today. And I think my next Valheim run, I'm just going to swim early on. We're going to practice swimming every day. We're going to go do laps, and we're going to level up our swimming so that I don't have to use the boat. I want my guy to be able to swim under his own power all the way across the little lake where we can get to the next area. And I don't want to have to mess around with the stupid sailboat, because I think the sailboat doesn't add anything to the game. And I think I think it's a point of friction that people like me who are stupid can bounce off of the game. And I had struggled with other parts of Valheim that people had helped me get through. People explained to me how to kill the trolls, that you needed like a piercing weapon, either a bow or a spear. So like we conquered the trolls, we conquered lots of stuff in Valheim that was like hard for me conceptually, because I don't play games like that very often. But the boat broke me. The boat broke me. I even built a raft. I thought like maybe I can get the raft out to the boat, and if I could just move the boat a little bit more, I can puddle jump. I can swim to the raft, then recover, then swim to the boat, then recover, then swim to the next shore. I was thinking about creating like a platformer of rafts that I could jump between, because I couldn't get the damn boat to go where I needed it to go. And it was awful, and I was having a ton of fun with that playthrough. But but the boat, it broke me, and I didn't want to go back after like the 3rd day of trying to figure out the boat. But that being said, yeah, I want to play Valheim again. There are so many games coming out though that I want to play, especially like coming up late this summer and into October and September. We have Baldur's Gate 3 coming out. We have Starfield coming out. And they come out kind of at the same time. within like a month of each other, we get Baldur's Gate 3 and Starfield. And I'm thinking to myself, like, how am I gonna have time to play these games? And how can I not play these games? Especially if Starfield's good, you know? We know that Baldur's Gate 3 is going to be amazing. We don't know how Starfield's actually gonna be. But I'm excited to find out. Yeah, I like Valheim because it's obviously, it can be super chill. It can be a game that we can just like chill and hang out to. So that's kind of the draw of Valheim. But as I said, I really wish they would get it out of early access and just say, this is the game, we got the game done, we're going to add to the game over time, you know, the way like No Man's Sky added to their game over time. But I would be really happy if they would just say that it's, you know, pushed out to 1.0 or whatever. Stop being an early access game. Nikolai, yeah, they probably will, because they haven't pulled it out of early access yet. I guess I just don't understand the reasoning. I don't understand the reasoning. It feels like a commitment thing. You know, they don't ever want to say that it's done, but it doesn't have to ever be done. You're gonna keep adding to the game even after release. So I just don't know what it is. Like, and I know the game is basically done. So like I'm fine playing it in early access. Whereas like some games I would not play. Like when a game first comes to early access, I would definitely not be interested. But obviously this one's been for so long in that state that it's treated as a done game, you know, that they add to. That's how people treat it, I feel like. But the reality is every time I go to the Steam page, it says early access. And for some reason that just like bothers part of me. The part of me that says, okay, don't play an early access game, it's not done. You know, I avoided like what? Has it been 1 year or 2 years of Baldur's Gate 3 early access? I avoided all of their early access on the same thing. Like the game is playable, obviously, but since the game is not done, I didn't want to spoil any of it for myself, type of thing. Alex, we are still on this quest, man. Yeah. We are just grinding on rock elementals. This is like the day of grinding on rock elementals. This is what we're doing. And we have this this orc hunter still kind of hanging out with us. They laughed at us a minute ago. That was fun. What's the date for Star Citizen? Yeah, it has a date. I thought it was August 31st. It's either August 31st is either Baldur's Gate 3 or Starfield. I don't remember which one it is. Is Starfield July? I don't think it's quite any day now. It feels that way, I think, you know. After going for so long without knowing when it was going to come out to having like an upcoming release date, it probably feels like basically any day. Baldur's Gate 3 is August 31st. Okay, so we're seeing Star Citizen, I think. Is it coming out before that, or is it this week of September after it? I feel like Star Citizen might be the week after Baldur's Gate 3. Either way, they're really close to each other. Yeah, it's September. Yep, Starfield is that Bethesda game, Lava. Yep. It's that Bethesda game that will either be really good and it will restore people's faith that Bethesda can make functioning RPGs, or it'll have the same problems that most Bethesda games have. And we'll be like, oh, okay, that figures, right? Johnny, you soloed Hogger. Did you have some help? Did anybody help you out? I always try to help people. When I see people like fighting Hogger, especially if they're like at level with him, I try to lend a hand if there's like other people around helping. I don't think we ever killed Hogger on this character. Nikolai, seven Days to Die hit early access in 2013 and is still in early access. Yeah, that's what Valheim's probably going to be like. Exactly. It's like, oh, 10 years later and you're still in early access. I get it. The game's never going to be done. That's fine. I wish there was a term for active development that didn't necessarily mean early access. Maybe active development is just a good way to tag a game. Like, the game is out, but the game is still actively being iterated upon, so things may change, and we can call that active development. The game is released under active development. And that would be a better term for me than early access. Because early access to me means basically completely unfinished. It's not finished, the game isn't done, you can't beat the game, you can't play through the game and beat it, or reach any kind of victory condition. And yeah, I don't think that applies to a lot of these games. I think a lot of them are as done as they're going to be, just, you know, besides whatever active development gets added to them. Nice. Yeah, the Voidwalker can be OP. I got really cocky when we got the Voidwalker, that's why we got killed. Yep, active development. That's the tag I would like to see go on games that sit in early access for 10 years. There should be like a 5-year limit. You put your game into early access for 5 years. 5 years passes, the game's still being played. You move it out of early access. Even if you're not done with it, you move it into active development. And that's it. You're no longer in early access anymore. I think for Baldur's Gate, I'll probably do a recorded series and just keep it like super immersive. I know the game is essentially fully voice acted. But when we check out Starfield, I'll probably do that on a stream. Because I'm going to be really curious about people's reactions to Starfield and like the different opinions on how good or not good it is. So I think Starfield I'd like to stream when it comes out. But Baldur's Gate 3, I'm just going to do like an immersive recorded series. So I feel like that's the kind of vibe that it deserves. My favorite all-time game, you'd have to exclude WoW, because I feel like, you know, how much I love the game and how much time I've spent in WoW. Like, WoW is probably my favorite game of all time. I'd have to like just exclude that one, and we'd have to be talking about like single-player games, right? If I just start thinking about like my favorite single-player games, that's a tough one. And then there's some on that list of my favorite games that I haven't played, that I've watched other people play, and The Witcher 3 is one of those games. I've never done a full playthrough of Witcher 3. But I've watched Chris play Witcher 3, I've watched Co play Witcher 3, and I've watched my wife play Witcher 3. So I've watched like 3 completed playthroughs of The Witcher 3. So that gets it really high up there towards like my favorite single-player open-world RPG of all time. Warcraft 3 was a great game. Warcraft 3 was so long ago, like yes, it was instrumental in getting me to where I am today, but what happened is since they didn't like continue to make Warcraft RTSs, like I kind of fell out of RTSs. I don't play RTSs anymore. Warcraft 3 was like the last RTS I played. I played a little bit of StarCraft 2. But yeah. Jason, that's not cheesy. I think a lot of people would say their favorite game is Zelda. Because a lot of people have like memories of like growing up as a kid, whether you grew up in like the N64 era and you had like Majora's Mask and stuff, or you grew up in the SNES era. Like no matter what, like you were able to grow up with a Zelda game. So I think that like makes sense as people as like an answer to like your favorite game. Absolutely. Now if you said Mario was your favorite game, I'd have some questions, right? Saying Mario is your favorite game would be cheesy. Oh yeah, Super Mario Brothers, favorite game of all time. That would be a little cheesy. Oh, you know what other RPG looked really good from the game show that I don't think it's coming out till 2024? Avowed. If you are a fan of like older Elder Scrolls games, check out Avowed. It looks like it's going to be amazing. And it doesn't come out till 2024, so I'm hoping that there will be enough time between like Starfield and Avowed that like we'll have played Baldur's Gate and Starfield to our satisfaction, I hope, by the time Avowed comes out, because Avowed looks amazing. Yeah, Lava, it's Obsidian that's doing Avowed. Yeah, it should be good. It should be good. It looks absolutely incredible. I'm very much excited for it. While the Zelda on N64 is legendary, I feel like it is. I feel like a lot of people really, really love the Zeldas that are on the N64. I have never really been a Zelda person, so even in that era, I didn't really get into those. You know, like randomly the one Zelda that I played a lot of was Wind Waker on the GameCube. And the reason was, at the time, the GameCube was a better system, like graphically and power-wise, than the systems that were out, because Nintendo had waited so long into that generation to put out a console that the GameCube was the only time that the Nintendo had hardware that was good for the era that it existed in. And some of the best games came out of that era. Wind Waker was really good, Metroid Prime was amazing, and then of course the original RE4 came out to the GameCube. And the GameCube was the only time in their history that Nintendo accidentally ended up on a powerful piece of hardware for the time, only because they waited so long to do anything with that console generation. It was purely by mistake, but it led to some of their best games. Yeah, the GameCube was their best system, absolutely, and it was just by mistake that it was. They went on to use the exact same hardware that's in the GameCube on the Wii, and then I think they used basically the same hardware on the Wii U. So they took the GameCube hardware, and they tried to use it for 2 subsequent generations. Oh, those lazy bastards. It's like 8 years later you're playing on a Wii U, but you're playing the same quality of games that were on the GameCube. Absolutely ridiculous. That's when Nintendo started to learn that it didn't matter, that people who were going to buy Nintendo shit were going to buy Nintendo shit no matter how bad it was. Once they were able to sell people the Wii, they were like, we can't go wrong. We can sell people anything. And so they have. They've sold us garbage ever since, and people just buy it, so. Shit, I hate Nintendo, but we have a Switch in the house. It's in my kid's room. He's got all the games in there. And even he doesn't want to play it. He'd rather play on the Xbox because it's in 60 frames a second. It's hard to argue with him, you know? Nintendo's pretty lazy about everything, Vic. They hold captive some really, really good intellectual properties. They hold it captive. They don't really do anything awesome with any of it. They let them stagnate for decades at a time, and they just keep selling people essentially the same game rehashed. And people buy it, and people play it, even though it runs like garbage, looks like garbage. Even though it's the same game they've made 20 times, like, people still buy it and play it, and that's what Nintendo has learned. Plastic Nerd, the last thing you bought from Nintendo was the 3DS? Yeah. I remember my 3DS. And then overnight, there was no handheld system. Overnight, there was just the Switch. And that was your handheld, and that was your console. Which would have been okay if it was like an amazing system, you know? If it wasn't using a chip from a cell phone that was, you know, 12 years old, then yeah, it could have been okay. But yeah, for their handheld games and handheld systems had long been like the best part of Nintendo. Was that like, well, yeah, the core system sucks, but hey, at least they have a good handheld system. And then to this day, I feel like if you play Switch games and you only play them on the Switch OLED, then you are having a much better experience probably than like me trying to play Switch games on my TV, which is where I want to do my console gaming. Because I want to play on the TV, but I feel like, yeah, if you're using an OLED Switch and you're just using it in handheld mode, yeah, you're only in 720, but you're probably having a better experience with it than someone who's trying to put it up on a TV. The best Game Boy ever, and maybe some of you guys will remember this one, was the Game Boy SP. We were in the era of the Game Boy Advanced, and the Game Boy SP folded closed. And it was this perfect little wallet-sized square. And for the first time in mobile gaming history, you could take your Game Boy with you and not have to feel like a complete dork, because when it came time to put it away, you could just fold it up and you put it in your pocket. And that was fucking amazing. It was the small little system, but yeah, the Game Boy SP, I remember I got mine, I pre-ordered mine and waited for it to come, and it was the blue one, and I was so happy to have it. It was the best handheld system that they ever made. Because it was small, it had like the good backlit technology, like you didn't have good backlighting for a lot of the Game Boy Advance's like life cycle. And yeah, the Game Boy SP, man, that was it. There was this like vampire game on it where like you were a vampire slayer and like you had to collect sunlight from the actual sun by going outside, and you'd store the sunlight in your bank in the game, and that was the sunlight you used to like fight vampires and stuff. That was a cool game that like literally made you go outside and get sunlight. And I don't remember many other games. Golden Sun was a pretty good RPG that I played on the Game Boy SP. Ashwin Uldamon today? Probably not today. I was thinking about doing an armory run to see if we get any gear out of armory, but I don't think I'm going to do it today. The Mega Man games where you were like in the computer, those games were pretty fun back on the Game Boy SP. They were like Mega Man RPGs. Johnny, I played Oregon Trail. Yeah, I played Oregon Trail on the floppy disk in like 7th grade geography class or something. I played a lot of Oregon Trail. Yeah, we died from dysentery many, many times. I played the Carmen Sandiego game on a 3.5 floppy. There was a cool game called Tank Wars that we got to play in my algebra class. When we'd finish our work for the day, we'd crowd around the computer, we'd play Tank Wars. Tank Wars was an amazing game. Raw, I remember 7th Saga, but nothing about actually playing it. It might have been one of those games, like I probably saw it and I'm like, oh, that looks like some kind of RPG I should be interested in. But I don't think I ever played it. Jason, Phantasy Star on the Dreamcast? Like yeah, I remember Phantasy Star on the Dreamcast. What a cool system the Dreamcast was. It was another system like the GameCube that at the time it came out, it was actually really, really powerful. Remember the visual memory cards? VMC, visual memory card. Shenmue. The original Shenmue, originally on the Dreamcast, like, yeah. Shenmue was the shit. It's too bad it took 15 years for Shenmue 2 to come out and that it just wasn't as good by then. Or was it Shenmue 3 that it took 15 years to come out? I can't remember. Maybe we did get a Shenmue sequel pretty quickly, but then it was like the last one that we didn't get. But I remember Phantasy Star on the Dreamcast. And I remember Shenmue on the Dreamcast. And I don't remember any other games for the Dreamcast at all. There had to be some. And I probably even played some of them. And back then, if I played them, they probably would have been JRPGs. Because during that period of time, that's kind of what I was playing. I may have to take a break to refill my coffee. If we're gonna go a little bit more, I may need to do that. I'll hold off a little bit. Ideally, I'd like to finish this quest and then kind of reassess what we're doing, and then at that point, maybe that would be a good time for a coffee break if we have to jump on a flight somewhere or something like that. Could be a better time for me to step away. But yeah, the coffee situation is bleak. It's bleak. Who are you? You are a human rogue. You would like some might. And in return for might, I would like to inspect your hardcore tab, please. You're passing. That's awesome to see. Marcin, thank you for being here. I appreciate you stopping by, man, and checking out the stream. Thanks so much. I'm happy to see you've started your own hardcore journey. Hardcore it's not for the faint of heart, yeah. I would always, if you want to do a hardcore run, I always support it, and I would just say, like, go slow, take your time, pick your fights carefully. And then buckle in for a long journey. Speaking of guilds, I'm still ungilded. And I'm probably gonna stay that way. I find I don't really miss the pop-ups telling us when other people died. They were cool at first. It's a neat idea. I don't miss them. Ra, thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. We are definitely going to get 40 tomorrow, I think. I think we'll hit 40 tomorrow. I want to say for sure by Sunday, you know, because anything can happen. But if we go for a little bit more today, and we go for like a normal amount of time tomorrow, then we could do it. Tomorrow's Saturday. Tomorrow's Saturday, though. So I'll have to see what my schedule is for tomorrow. But we'll definitely be on. I just don't know yet if we'll be on for 4 hours tomorrow, like we have been recently. That would be the only way that we like don't hit 40 tomorrow, is if I can only get on for a couple hours. Then I think we would probably need a little bit more time. But it's gonna happen soon. What we need to start thinking about now is we're gonna finish this quest in a little bit. I guess what I want to do after that is I want to come down here and work on the Endurium. And I feel like that's going to be like a similar type of situation. We're going to have to be a little bit more alert while doing that one, because those guys actually run away. So we will have to be a little bit more alert for that one. I hope the drop rate's a little bit better than this one too, to like kind of counterbalance that. I hope it has a slightly better drop rate. But then again, we fought Trogs a lot the other day, and we only got one of those things to drop, so... My hope of a quick drop rate is probably just a pipe dream. Realistically. Mark, I'm not talking. I was probably just grinding my teeth, which is a bad habit that I have. If you perceived a jaw movement during that period of time, that was me listening to my dog bark and grinding my teeth together. Just a bad habit. You're absolutely right that I do ride my mute key, so it wouldn't be unheard of for me to start talking and for me to be on mute. That definitely happens around here. So I do appreciate the call out though. Operation, man. Sorry it took you so long to jump into the stream. Your girlfriend and you were at IKEA arguing over what kind of nightstands you should get. That sounds like the dream, man. It sounds like you're living the dream. Luke, do I like the Final Fantasy game? Are you talking about the new Final Fantasy 16? I kind of went on a long diatribe about Final Fantasy 16 earlier today. I probably won't repeat it all. I don't really like it very much. There are things about it that are okay. But I'm a longtime Final Fantasy fan, and for me, the more modern Final Fantasies just don't really scratch the itch. And for me, like, my perfect type of Final Fantasy storytelling is personified within FF14, so when I think about what Final Fantasy characters should be, could be, etc., and what the story building and world building of a Final Fantasy game should be like, I think about Final Fantasy 14. That game personifies for me like what an FF world feels like. It has like solid characters that get built over a long period of time. And I don't really think any other Final Fantasy modern storytelling or characters really compare. FF15 seemed like it was probably pretty fun for people who liked it. But yeah, the new one, 16, it's for me, it's like Final Fantasy Game of Thrones. They tried really hard to westernize it in some weird ways, mainly by making the storytelling and events feel like a Game of Thrones episode a lot of the time. And I don't really like that. Murderface, he chose the one that his girlfriend wanted, obviously. It's the only reasonable choice. In that situation where it doesn't really matter, I hope that you just went with whatever your girlfriend wanted. Yeah, I'd say always agree on the things that you can that don't really mean a lot to you. And that's like fair for anything in life. If it doesn't really mean a lot to you, don't take a hard stand on it. And that way next time when something does actually matter a lot to you, you're more free to take a stand on that, you know? It's like saving up a resource. It's like saving up action points. Don't spend your action points arguing about the nightstand. Spend them about like how big the TV needs to be, you know? Spend them on something more important, basically. Luke, I agree that Warcraft has a better Western fantasy vibe. What Final Fantasy XIV has is it has a really good Final Fantasy vibe. So like it's really good if you've like loved the older Final Fantasies, like starting back with like FF6, Final Fantasy Tactics. If you're a big fan of like the older FFs, then that it gives you like a really good world of Final Fantasy to live in. But it definitely does not feel like a Western fantasy, you know what I mean? Warcraft, it definitely personifies more like the Western fantasy world with like orcs and demons and all the traditional stuff that you would expect to find in Western fantasy. Whereas FF is its own thing, kind of. It's come to a point where it's its own type of fantasy, right? Definitely very, very different types of games. Lael, it is very anime-esque. Absolutely. Yeah. Because, you know, it basically is rooted in, like, its JRPG roots, which is, like, highly anime-esque. I feel like the stories told in Final Fantasy XIV are a lot more mature and well-rounded than stories that you get in a lot of anime, especially in, like, a lot of anime games. But it definitely has, like, very familiar anime tropes that it follows. But the overall story is, like, absolutely amazing. You just have to, like, if you bounce off of it, though, obviously, like, you never get to that point. And I think a lot of people do bounce off of it. I think a lot of people went to Final Fantasy from WoW, like, a couple years back. And they kind of had to face the harsh reality that, like, it's a very different game. Even gameplay-wise, FF14 is really nothing like World of Warcraft. The way the leveling experience flows is so different than anything that you'll find in any version of WoW, that it's like, they're not even really comparable. I don't want to be standing right here next to this guy, who just immediately spawned back in. Yeah, I mean, FF is a game where you can play as a cat girl, so there's like, it's offering people something very specific, right? People who want that. But, you know, if you just want to play as a dude with a big sword, you can do that too. But it definitely offers a lot of very specific things to people who like anime and JRPGs. I mean, but then conversely, if you look at WoW Retail storytelling, gameplay, and cutscenes now look like a bad Disney Pixar movie. So it's like, what do I choose? Do I go with the anime game that follows like traditional anime tropes and tells a really good story anyway? Or do I play the campy, cartoony, Disney Pixar ripoff Dragons game? Like, which one do I play? It's a choice either way, and neither choice, I don't think either choice is particularly well-rounded. It's like, yeah, I can play through a kid's dragon movie, or I can play an anime. I don't really want to do either of those things. I'd love to play like an actual just fantasy RPG, but that's not where we're at. To do that, we have to go back and play classic, right? And that's the route that Blizzard has taken with their storytelling in retail, is that they've turned it into exactly what it is, and they did it consciously. They've cartoonized it. It is a cartoon now. It's no longer like it's artistic representations of characters. Like, this is a cartoon now. It's been made into a cartoon story. And so a cartoon story can only offer you so much like depth of character and depth of plot. And so that's exactly what we're gonna get. Luke, I do play a little bit of ESO. Yeah, I have a recorded series that I have to get back to. Absolutely, if you're looking for like good... I don't know if I could call it Western fantasy, because like Elder Scrolls is very much its own world, its own thing. So, but yeah, definitely, if you just want like good fantasy stories, then ESO is the way to go. Even the side quests in ESO are like fully voice acted, fully realized. There's character development, there's story development, there's twists and turns in the story that you don't expect, even in the side content. That, yeah, if you just want some really, really well-written stories, ESO is the place to be. But I don't know if it offers, like, WoW players really anything else. It's hard to see, like, what else it offers. The gameplay is, like, okay. But the combat is obviously, like, it's not weighty. Like, the combat doesn't really matter. You're gonna fight stuff, you're gonna kill it, you're gonna win, you're gonna rinse and repeat. So if you're playing ESO, it's not for the gameplay. It's definitely for the world and for the story. And it's like, I'm playing a Templar, and it's fine. We have some buttons to push that are cool. I do my buttons, and it looks cool. But I never really feel like, man, I have to focus up and like play this game, otherwise I'm going to get killed. That hasn't happened yet. And it may never happen. It doesn't seem like it's that kind of game. Luke, I like that you can't fly. I didn't know you could never fly, but I like that. I like that there's no way to ever fly. Because in my personal opinion, once you can fly through a world, you really diminutize the world. You make it seem a lot smaller. And it's hard to have like an immersive big fantasy experience when the world is like feeling so small. I think about Dragonflight, like yeah, dragon riding is cool, but it's also not very immersive or world building that I can fly from one end of the continent to the other in 45 seconds. It's supposed to be a continent. It doesn't feel like a continent now, it feels like something very small and insignificant, which in turn makes my journey kind of feel insignificant. So like, I'm one of those people that I would prefer flight to stay out of my game. I like ground mounts. I think you should definitely like work your way up to getting a ground mount, but I feel like flying trivializes the world, and it trivializes the encounters, and it makes it, you know, less of an immersive experience. And so, some people don't want an immersive experience, so I get it. I get it. Lael, I wanted New World to be good, man. They just didn't make the game good enough. The game wasn't ready when it came out. They should have spent another year working on New World and really trying to make it into a game that people could love and play for a long time. I feel like they were just very short-sighted. They wanted to get the game out, they wanted to make money off of it, and they just felt like they couldn't take their time with it. And then they tried to spend like the year after release, they tried to add a lot of stuff to make the game better, but it's like the ship sailed already. You already lost people because of the way the game was at release, but New World had a lot of cool things about it that they just didn't fully realize any of it. Kingdom Come Deliverance, Nikolai. That's like an open world RPG, right? Just a narrative-driven, choice-driven RPG. Is set in like the actual world, like Crusade times, kind of. I think I watched a little bit of somebody play Kingdom Come when it first came out. JW, you got burned out on Diablo's late game already? And you took your time with it? It feels like a very, very repetitive game with kind of boring gameplay. So I can definitely see how you could get burned out on it. I'm sorry that happened to you though. I'm glad that you're here hanging out with us. But yeah, it sucks when you think you really want to like a game, but then you feel like you burn out from it. I bounced off Diablo 4, which I feel like is better. Bouncing off of it is better than burning out, because burning out implies you put a lot of time and emotion into the game, and it still burned you out. And it really sucks when that happens. Yeah, Nikolai, if it's the game I'm thinking of, I've heard good things about it. That's a little bit of an older one, right? That came out like 3 or 4 years ago. I never tried it, but I'm going to put that on the list. Maybe I'll convince my my wife to play that one for me. She plays a lot of single-player games, and I get to kind of watch. And I like being like the backseat gamer in the evening time. Once my playing is done, I like to watch other people play. So I'm gonna check that out. Because I do remember the little bit that I saw seemed like the characters and stuff were really well done. You started off as a blacksmith in a village. You were like the blacksmith's son, and then you were like working to have a sword made for like the local lord or something. Like I remember like kind of digging how the characters were introduced and how like believable the characters seemed, how down to earth things started. Yeah, WoW is something that I don't think I get burned out on it anymore. I feel like in my history, obviously I've taken breaks from the game, so I have gotten burned out on WoW before. But especially Classic is kind of like a choice, right? Like you're choosing always to engage with Classic, especially it's not the modern form of the game, so it's like I think there's a less opportunity for burnout. Because the game is about the journey, and when the game is about the journey, you're not burning out on endgame repetitious tasks, right? When you're playing for 250 hours, but a lot of your time is different from hour to hour, your time is spent differently, it's a lot more difficult to burn out than if you're like running Mythic Plus dungeons over and over again, or you're grinding stuff in Diablo. Oh god, I can't even imagine what the endgame grind must be like in Diablo for it. But it's probably super effing repetitive. And it's probably not, it isn't, we know it's not visually distinct because nothing in the game was really visually distinct to begin with. Ah, that's what it was, Noah. Yeah, the combat was kind of weird, right? Because it was like a swing the sword with the mouse type of combat. Which, never having had my hands on it myself, I can't really say how that would go. And I thought I'd played a little bit of Mountain Blade too, but I don't now remember if that's true, or if maybe I watched somebody else play a little bit of Mountain Blade too. That also seemed like kind of like a cool open world game with like a lot of player choice. It just seemed like it was had a little bit of jank to it. And sometimes like a little bit of jankiness is not a bad thing. But yeah, Mountain Blade 2 just seemed like, and I think that game is also still in early access, so that could explain some of the jank. I'll say it's much harder to get burned out on a game when you feel like you're going on a journey with your character than it is to get burned out when you feel like you're grinding on your character for a perceived reward or a perceived objective that the game has given you. You know, the journey is always going to be more enjoyable. It's like when you reach the end of that journey and then the game says, now, grind for hundreds of hours doing these 7 different tasks. Yeah, you're going to burn out on that a lot easier. It's kind of why Endgame is just kind of like a bad idea, because for a lot of people, Endgame is where you go to burn out and you get tired of the game and you go do something else. Mountain Blade is extremely janky, but it's part of the charm. Yeah, absolutely. You know what other game was like that was Outward. I don't know if any of you guys ever played Outward. Outward was actually a game that I played on my channel like right before Classic came out. I played a lot of Outward. And I had a ton of fun in that game. I remember when I was playing Outward, I was talking about how it gave me vanilla WoW vibes before Classic was even a thing yet. I remember talking about how great Outward was because it just felt like a world that you could explore. You could pick a direction and go into it. It felt very immersive. But the combat had a little bit of jankiness to it because it was a game made by a smaller development team. But yeah, Outward was an amazing game. It didn't get enough recognition. They didn't have a good PR push for it, so it never got out there, I don't think, where like enough people could see it and see the charm that it actually had. And they did 2 expansions for Outward, and I feel like it never popped off the way it could have. Yeah, Nikolai, you say you always burn on a WoW when you reach max level and then grind gear all the time. Yeah. That's the way you burn out, absolutely. Any time that I've stopped playing WoW, it's usually been like at endgame. I've been like, okay, and now it's time for a break, you know? It's something about those repetitive tasks, like even when there's like extrinsic rewards attached to them, like the game is going to give you things like items and gear, so those are like the extrinsic rewards. Once you're at endgame, I think a lot of people lose like their intrinsic reward structure, like the thing inside of you that pushes you forward. When you're on a journey, a lot of it is like, I want to see the next zone, I want to see the next set of monsters, I want to see what's over that hill. Those are all like intrinsic things that push you forward for their own sake. And when you reach endgame, it's all about the rewards the game is going to give you, and you kind of lose that self-motivation of wanting to see the next new thing because you've seen all the new stuff, and now it's time for the repetitive stuff. HC enjoyers, sure, why not? Yeah, that's okay. We're never going to see guild chat, but I'll do that because HC enjoyers sounds like a normal guild, and that way we won't get prompted with any more guild invites. Yes, Outward was the game that you had to settle your blood debt or lose your house. Yep. That was really cool. And like you can settle the blood debt in a couple of ways. Like my first playthrough, I farmed up the gold. By my second playthrough, someone let me know there was a quest you could complete that would just settle the blood debt for you. Or you just leave and you never settle the blood debt. And yeah, right away it offered you with a bunch of choice seemingly. Yeah, Outward was a really fun game. And then even like a year ago, they put out the definitive edition for it. So like even if you owned the base game, you got the improvements in the definitive edition for free. It still didn't pop off even then.
be seeing you.
Large stone slabs. What are these about? Oh, so different rock elementals, somewhere different. Okay, that's fine. Let's go check out the trogs. Let's go see. Hey, we have 2 iridium. Or endurium. Where did we get 2 endurium from? We got 1. And at some point we got a second one. I just don't know who would have dropped it for us. No, Johnny, I never got into any solid D&D groups. Me and my friends always tried to do runs. Back in like 3.5, we tried to do a couple of D&D runs. We don't want to go that way. And we just never got anything like consistently going. It was just always inconsistent. Somebody couldn't show up, you know, someone couldn't show up to DM. We didn't have enough players. There was always something stopping us. I want to cut through here, but this seems like there's a million animals here. There has to, and this guy is now like, I clicked on him and now he's heading right towards us, which makes me very, very uncomfortable. And I just kind of want to avoid this entire area. There we go. Leo, that's awesome, and let me know what you think about it. It's very different. As soon as you like step into that world, it's going to be so different than like any other fantasy world you've read about before. And yeah, I really, really enjoyed it. The first Mistborn trilogy, like that first trilogy, even with like the subsequent Stormlight books that I've read and like the rest of the Mistborn books, like I think that first trilogy for me is like the best so far. It tells like such a good cohesive story that you can tell that before he wrote a single word, he knew what the ending of the trilogy was going to be. He knew exactly where he needed to get all the characters. He knew exactly what he was doing the whole time. And when it all comes together in the third book, it blew my mind the first time that I read it when I realized what was really happening. It literally blew my mind. There's still a part from the third Mistborn book that I go back and read it very often because it's such a cool fucking scene, and like the way he describes it, you can just see it play out like a movie, and it's like such a cool scene. Yeah. So very good. Okay, we got trouble in every corner of the Badlands. We have trouble. That's why it's the Badlands, right? Oh my gosh. We've got this guy, we've got the giant, we have lots of things that are just like here explicitly to get us killed. What'll happen though, reading Sanderson, is like if you do like a lot of other like sci-fi fantasy stuff, once you read Sanderson, if you end up liking Sanderson, it's gonna make every other author that you read seem not as good. That's like the only the only negative thing of reading Sanderson is that honestly there aren't any other fantasy writers who are as good. And by good, I just mean that like the way he tells a story, the way he writes dialogue, the way he describes scenes, it just like, it allows your brain to so naturally fill in the blanks. He doesn't overload you with descriptions, but he gives you enough. He gives you the perfect amount of descriptions for your brain just to really comfortably fill everything in. Without having to without having to take like 3 pages to describe what a building or a room looks like, he's able just to get you into the scene really, really easily and smoothly. It's some kind of innate talent that he has. He knows just the right amount of words to use and which words to use to like have it be good and just get your brain like right where it needs to be. Even when he's describing stuff that like you've never seen before, he makes it seem really easy to use just the right amount of words. He's definitely the best modern day fantasy writer. Yeah, it's like hands down. It's so unfair because there's so many other fantasy writers who are good and who like have big bodies of work that are amazing. But this guy is like, he's a different level. You know how sometimes there's somebody who's just like, they just are the best at what they do, and a lot of it is just innate, like it's in them. Like, dude has an endless reservoir of creativity and like insight into human nature. And he like weaves it all together so easily. It's incredible. When I read Sanderson, like, it makes me completely okay that I never became a fantasy writer, because that's what I thought I wanted to do for like most of my life until I was like approaching my 30s. And when I read Sanderson, I'm like, it's okay. Like, it's okay. I didn't have to do it. You know, someone did it so much better than I could have ever done it, and now I just get to enjoy it. I don't have to worry anymore about like my own writing or improving my own ideas. Like, I'm out of it. And it makes me so much happier than when I used to want to be a writer, and it was hard to enjoy other people's works because you felt like you should be working on your own work. And now it's like, it's so much better. And finding Sanderson really helped with that, because I'm like, yes, I am not ever going to compete in that same arena, and in fact, I don't want to. I just want to enjoy what this person has created. Now, I just noticed that the Endurium flakes we need, that's not tracking as a quest in the Badlands. What quest is this? Maybe we're just not tracking it at all. Nope, we're tracking everything. Here we go. 1,000 needles. 1,000 needles. This must go to Shimmering Flats. That's crazy. Johnny, I have not read that. I don't think I was ever actually destined to be a writer, not of fiction, and that's why I didn't end up going that route. Some things just aren't meant to be. Instead, I ended up, you know, compiling skills and abilities over time and interests and loves over time that got me here somehow. And honestly, like, being here doing this is probably a lot more enjoyable to the person that I am than trying to crank out books. Trying to have the stress of like, oh man, I gotta write this book and finish this book. I'm definitely like so much happier how my life is than I probably would have been had I gotten my wish. Because unlike people like Brandon Sanderson, I know for a fact that I don't have an endless reservoir of creativity. I might have had a couple of books in me somewhere, you know what I mean? But I don't think that like the endless reservoir that you need to do that for like a long time ever existed within me. Blood Moon, happy Friday. Thank you for being here. Yeah, we are level 39 and we're on the road to 40, so yeah, we're doing pretty good. Yeah, the drop rate for this one is really slow. Oh, look at that, man. He just slammed us out of all of our abilities. How smart was that? That was a good use of that ability. He locked us out. Yeah, you know, Johnny, I wrote because I loved it too, but it was what I wanted to do back then too. It was like, I loved it, and I loved writing, but it was also something like I thought that I wanted that to be my life. So it was, the two things were always connected to me. There was not a part of me that was going to continue to try to write fantasy science fiction if it wasn't going to be the thing I did with my whole life, because it was so much effort and investment for me to work on those things. Probably because of my like smaller imagination, it probably felt like much harder to put the pencil to the paper, you know, than for some people. So yeah, there was definitely a love for it, but I also had that thought that like, well, if I'm gonna do this, then this has to be the thing that I do. Because it took so much time and energy that I knew I wouldn't be able to do much else and put forth that same love and energy for the writing if I had to go off and do something else every day. And now not everyone's like that. A lot of people, you know, you publish your first book, you probably do that while working your day job. But yeah, it just didn't work out like that for me. I feel like that's okay. Every year that passes, I've been more and more okay with it. Hurrah, thank you, man. I appreciate you, buddy. The mount might happen tomorrow. It could. It's possible. I don't know how much longer we'll go today, but we've made a little bit of progress today. We could probably get, you know, two-thirds of a level on a Saturday, maybe, possibly. It really depends on like how the Saturday is going to go for me. It also depends on if we're going to be working on some questing or if we're just trying to grind it out. Today has been a mix of both of those things. We've been doing quests, but the quests we've been doing have been, you know, a really, really slow grind. This one I don't think is as bad as the rock elementals. I feel like we're getting these a little bit more quickly, so that's a good thing. Yeah, you'll definitely want some time to be able to sink into it. If the weekend is good for you, that's awesome timing. Because yeah, you'll want some time to kind of, when I first start reading a book, it's always good to try to read like a chunk of it right away, especially if it's like a new universe to you or a new writer, to try to like bite off a big chunk of it right away in like your first setting. So that way coming back to it is a lot easier when you've kind of wrapped your head around the writing style and around the world a little bit. And like the Mistborn books, they're not like super long. It's like when you get into the Stormlight books, then you're talking about like 800 pages, 1,000 pages. But the Mistborn books are much more manageable than that, and they still manage to tell like such a big story within their pages. I think they're all like 500, anywhere from 500 to 700 pages across the first trilogy. Not super long by fantasy standards. Jason, I would need something to spend the gold on, man. Like, what can I spend the gold on? Even if I farm up like a lot of gold, I'm having trouble with the idea that we have all this gold and there really isn't a lot we can do with it, you know? Like, we have our bags. We can buy a couple 12-slot bags, like 10, 20, 30. Yeah, we could blow 30 gold pretty easily and just buy some 12-slot bags. Other than that, like we really don't need gold. Can we ever buy a bag from a vendor that's bigger than a 12-slot bag? Like, is there any vendors that are gonna sell us, like, there's no vendor that sells us like a 16-slot bag for like 20 gold, is there? Brandon, how do you play WoW Vanilla Classic era? I'm going to assume you're asking me like functionally how would one play it, and not how do I play it personally. You would go through the Battle.net browser, and you will have a drop down for World of Warcraft. Actually, you'll probably have two different versions. You'll have Classic and Retail, and then you install Classic, and then when you log in, you should be logging in with the not the Wrath of the Lich King drop down, but the Classic era drop down. And then you pick a server. So yeah, you just have to have the game installed. You have to go to that tab in Battle.net and install the Classic specific client. and then you pick your flavor of classic from the little drop down, Wrath or classic era, and you go from there. But yeah, basically, if you grab the Battle.net, it'll become pretty clear like where to click to get it going, get it installed. Keeping in mind, like to play classic era, they do require you to have an active subscription to the game. You don't have to own Dragonflight. You just have to have an active monthly sub, and then you can play any version of classic you want. Yeah, I would pull it up and show you a bit more, but I think the way my capture is working right now, like even if I pull up my Battle.net, I don't think you guys would see it. Yeah, see, you guys aren't seeing my Battle.net. You're still seeing WoW. The way I have OBS set up, I'm not showing the desktop. I'm showing the actual application. Otherwise, I could fire it up and show you. Awesome. Yeah, no problem, man. Oh, where are we at, guys? Oh man, we are almost at 4 hours. Jesus Christ. You guys are amazing. I never used to think, when I used to think about streaming, I used to think to myself, there's no way that I can sit and play this game anymore for more than a couple hours at a time. I didn't think I could even stay seated for a full 2 hours. That was one of my big worries about streaming, is I thought like, man, my streams are going to be really short. Because I can't imagine sitting down at my computer for more than a couple hours. And like even a couple hours feels long, but yeah, you guys have been really amazing. I get to come here and hang out, and like time just slips away. And all of a sudden it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And it's absolutely glorious. I love when time slips away and like we're doing something that we love. That's like the best way to let time slip away. You know, and for me, it's much different even than doing the pre-recordings, because doing pre-recorded stuff, I felt that feeling of like, man, I really can't sit and play more than an hour or two a day. That was how it felt, and I enjoyed that stuff. I enjoyed playing alone, you know, but like, it's a different thing when I can come here and hang out with you guys like this. It really does make it 100% more enjoyable, and it's like, it's a thing I already enjoyed, and then it gets to be more enjoyable. It's like, is that even fair for it to be that way? But it feels really good. Robert, yeah, you asked, will I be putting up this complete journey on YouTube from level 1 till now? Yes, it is on YouTube already. There's a playlist for it, for this character, that starts at level 1. And so with this character, I started that playlist as a recorded series. So I think it was like around episode 20 of this playlist is when we transitioned from doing it as strictly a recorded series to doing it as a stream. But yeah, this whole journey is captured in the Paladin playlist on my channel. It's just that the first 20 were recorded, and then everything after that has been a VOD of the stream. But yeah, it's definitely there. It's alive on the channel right now. Every single moment before this is up on the channel. And I keep it all in that same playlist. I know that YouTube breaks it out weirdly when it's a VOD as opposed to a stream, but me putting it all in the playlist, like if you go to the playlist, you'll be able to see all of it. Even though YouTube is silly. Yeah, Johnny, it definitely has that, like, sitting on the couch play. You know, when you're just hanging out with a friend and you're hanging out on the couch and one person's at the controls. That's like the kind of the way I see it. And that's like a really great way to enjoy something that you love, in my opinion. Like, I grew up a lot of my life like sitting on the couch with friends, watching one person play, or we'd pass the controller around. Sometimes we'd be good at different things. I remember playing the first RE4 with my friend, and like I was really good at the sniping, but I wasn't really good at anything else. So if there was like a sniping segment, he'd pass the controller to me and I would do the sniping segment. And then I'd pass it back to him for him to do everything else. But yeah, it definitely gives me that vibe of just hanging out. And that's probably why it's so easy for me to sit here and go at it for so long. It just feels completely natural. It feels like what I've always done. That's a good point, and you have the option of actually playing and like just having some second monitor content, and that's what you couldn't do on a couch, you know, with your friends. Is like you couldn't watch them play while also playing something on your own. That's like another facet of the experience. Is that in a way you can actually kind of play along. What is this guy? Barnabas. I have never encountered a Barnabas. He's probably a very good boy, but he's kind of heading this way. And I don't really want to kill him. That would be a really cool hunter pet. Is he like a brown color? That's very cool. I'm sure like a hunter must be able to tame this guy. That's a cool looking wolf. I like that a lot. I am gonna try not to kill him. Paul, am I staying on till level 40? No, man, not today, brother. I wouldn't make it. Nah, I'm gonna have to get off in a little bit to stretch my legs, get outside with the boy a bit. I want to get outside for a little bit before dinner. I want to finish this quest at the very least. I think we are for sure going to finish the quest, and then we'll see what we want to do next. But we're at 4 hours right now, 4 hours and 6 minutes for the stream today, which is a decent amount of time. Yeah, 3 to 4 more hours till 40, Alex says. Yeah, that's absolutely right. It would probably be, especially if we're just grinding and doing what we're doing, it'd probably be about 3 more hours. To hit. I know it seems like we're close, right? It seems like, oh man, we're almost halfway through the level. But we've been at it for a while. And we have a while to go. I think that tomorrow we might get 40. A part of me still thinks that it might happen as late as Sunday. And what's really going to make the difference is just what I decide to do with my day tomorrow. And what I decide to do with the family. And then how much time we can spend on here and how the stream goes. But yeah, I want to say tomorrow, but I'm only promising as early as Sunday for the mount. 'Cause I like to keep the weekends kind of variable. I like to kind of... Sometimes I like to get on here and play a lot on the weekends. Other times I kind of like to just do other stuff, you know? That being said, I'm super excited to get the mount. I really want to get the mount. It's going to be a huge milestone. It's going to make the game feel a lot different. And yeah, I'm just super excited to hit that point. So yeah, I do want to push forward. I just don't want to push too hard. Yeah, and especially with it being, you know, summer break. So, you know, my kid's gone from being in school for 7 hours a day to being at home for 7 hours a day. And mom and dad are still busy during that time. So he's pretty good. He's pretty self-sufficient with the things that he can do throughout the day. But at a certain point, you know, he's still an 8-year-old. And he's still gonna desire and need that time with us. Hardcore, if you don't ding 40 tomorrow, you have to delete the character. No. We are not playing by your rules, sir. We are playing by my rules. Paul, you say your son is 13 and doesn't want to be seen with his dad anymore. That's gonna happen to me one day too. I feel like that's gonna happen to me. I'm gonna be the boring old guy who plays that old people's game. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, my dad's not cool. He plays that old people's game, World of Warcraft. That's probably gonna be my life too. So yeah, you know, and my wife reminds me of this, you know, that they don't get any younger. They never get younger. And so like part of you wants them to grow up so they can take care of themselves a little better. You want some of your time back and you want them to be able to handle themselves. But yeah, what comes with them being able to handle themselves is them developing ideas like maybe dad's embarrassing and you don't want to be around dad. They start developing those ideas when they're becoming self-sufficient. Absolutely. Robert Lapointe, have a good day, man. Thanks for being here. I appreciate you stopping by. But honestly, like, I'm kind of obstinate. Like, if my kid ever gets to a point where he doesn't want to be around me, I'm going to force him to be around me. Like, I'm not going to put up with it. You know what I mean? Because I kind of like, I don't mind having that fight. You're going to do what I say. Jay Nuke, you say wait till you teach him to drive. Yeah. I haven't had to think about that yet, and I'm not going to think about that for a long time. Brandon, thank you for stopping by the stream, man. I appreciate that. Thanks for checking it out. He comes out of his room to feed, and then he goes back to his Xbox. That sounds typical. I have a 15-year-old stepson, actually, who lives in Florida with his biological dad. It's my wife's first son that she had in her first marriage, and he's 15 now. So he comes here in the summer to visit, and over Christmas break they come and visit. And so at the age of 15, he's definitely like that, where like he wants to sleep all day and he wants to only come out to eat. He doesn't really want to have you see him eat. He wants to come up to the kitchen and grab a bunch of snacks and take them back down. But you know, he that's a little bit different for me because, you know, he doesn't live with me, and it's not really my place at that point to say, hey kid, get off your ass and come spend time with your family. Like, that's not really so much my place, since we only see him for such a small part of the year. And I just hope that, like, by the time my kid gets to that age, that we will have a different relationship. And if we don't, then I will force that relationship onto him. Jouster's Visor. Oh shit, boys. There we go. That's what we needed. F yeah. Plate. Plate, guys. Plate. 10 edge, 10 stam. It's not strength, right? It's not strength, but it's plate. There's piece number 1. We got piece number, we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 pieces of plate to go. It's too bad it's not strength, but you know what? It's plate. We will be able to equip that sucker as soon as we hit 40. I will take it. It looks okay. We'll probably show this. We'll show this for a little while when we can wear it. That's not a bad one. Why'd they put agility on plate? That's a damn good question, Paul. And I think we deserve an answer. I just don't know if we're gonna get one. Yeah, why'd they put all that edge on plate, right? Who wants edge? Apparently we want edge. Billiant, why is plate important? We get to wear plate at level 40, so right now we're wearing chain. And so what's going to happen is there's going to be a big armor difference between what we have on the mail gear and what we can wear with the plate gear at level 40. It's going to, if we can deck ourselves out in all plate, it's going to be a lot more armor and a lot more survivability. And that's like our next progression step as the Paladin is like, you wear chainmail until 40, and then after 40 you get to wear plate. Alex says this is the game telling you to push to 40. It's the game telling me, hey, you have more to look forward to. You have your mount to look forward to. You have this sweet helm to look forward to. It's given me more stuff to look forward to at 40, definitely. It's making 40 much more appealing by the minute. I still don't think I can push though. We need two more Endurium flakes. This might have been a similar, I thought this was like a faster drop rate than the elementals, but now that we've been at it for a while, I feel like it's the same exact drop rate. These guys might be easier to kill. They run, but I feel like they're not as beefy. Like maybe they don't have as much armor because they're literally not made out of rocks. What are the odds that there's anything good in this chest? I don't know, but I know we need to pull this guy way out. And there we go, guys. That is 10 out of 10. And that one turned in somewhere. Oh, okay. It turns in up here. It wasn't marked as a Badlands quest, weirdly. It was marked as a Shimmering Flats or Thousand Needles quest. So that's a little bit weird that it does turn in over here. So let's go turn it in. We'll probably have to fight like 1,000 animals on the way because this place is like just ridden with animals. Oh dear God, here he comes again. This guy's everywhere, and he like I don't like how he's looking at me. You know what I mean? I really don't appreciate how he's looking at us. Yeah, I wish he would stop it. Whoa, 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 what the f is this? What is this? What's happening? We got a blue shield, guys. We got a blue shield off a random animal. Well, shit. I kind of said that if we got a blue shield, we'd figure out how to get a weapon and make a prot spec work for a bit. I mean, I said it. I've said it a couple times that if we get a blue one-hander or a blue shield, that we can try prot for a while and we could figure out how that works. Because damn, hey, this is the zone for blue drops, man. I feel like we should do some more farming here. I feel like we should do more farming here. Where's this guy at? This guy has to be really close to us, right? When's the draw distance gonna kick in? Did he turn around? Did he do like an about face? Yeah, I don't trust this guy. I'm gonna get out of this area. But Alex, I really want to try prot for a little bit. I know we just got our good two-hander too. I do want to try prot to see it. Let's try to find a decent one-hander. Right now we can't do anything because right now I just literally don't have a one-hander at all. So there's that. What I need to look up, maybe I will look up where we can get like a good one-hander from a quest. Maybe that's something that I could feel okay looking into. I don't like to do a lot of research on stuff like that directly. But yeah, I would like to try prot for a little while. Just for like, you know what, just for different buttons to press. I know it's going to be mainly the same, right? But maybe it'll feel a little bit different. I don't know. Yeah, we need a blue one-handed mace. Tank a dungeon? Yeah. I mean, if we got a decent weapon, I would be okay tanking a 5-man. I'm fairly confident in my skills at tanking anything up until after Zul'Farrak and Uldaman. Those are probably like the last ones I'd be comfortable with. I wouldn't do like a sunken temple or anything, but I'm comfortable with the dungeons up to a certain point. It does look like a really cool shield too. That helps it a lot, that it actually looks cool. Jay, good afternoon, man. Thanks for stopping by the stream. We just got a blue shield to drop. It's been a good day. It's been a good day, he says, surrounded by vicious wildlife. we need to slowly work our way out of here. But yeah, we're gonna do more grinding here at some point. I think I want to grind on the ogres back that way because we're getting so many blue drops that I feel like there's something going on. There's something going on here with the drops. We got the helmet. We got the helmet like, and we got the shield basically back to back. That's kind of unheard of. So, yeah. And now, yeah, we'll find a good one-hander. And like, we probably won't stay prot, you know what I mean? What'll probably happen is we'll go prot for a while, and eventually we'll get a really good two-hander, and that'll prompt us to go back, you know? Zul'Farrak would be an easy one for me to tank, if we were like way out level for it. Yeah, Zul'Farrak is easy. You know, any of the Scarlet dungeons I can tank in my sleep.
Speak, friend. May your blades never dull.
Alright, he's got to do a little bit of RP here. Eventually he'll be done. Okay.
Loktar.
News for Fizzle. Speak to Fizzle in the Shimmering Flats. Okay, so it does have us eventually going back to this guy in the Shimmering Flats. Okay, let's see. The large stone slabs. That wouldn't be bad to work on. But for now, guys, we are gonna hearth out of here. I think I need to take a break here. This is gonna be a good stopping point. Lots of things happened today. We hit 39. We got some good pieces of gear. It's been pretty awesome. Thank you guys so much for being here for it. I really do appreciate you guys showing up and spending your time with me. It's been a really great day. And I'd love to go longer, but I do want to spend some time with the family and get some food in me. So yeah. Thank you guys. We'll see you back here tomorrow at some point for some length of time. I will try to put the stream up, put the warning up for the stream as early as I know when the time will be. I will put it up on the YouTubes. So yeah, thank you guys so much for being here. I really do appreciate it. As always, take care of yourselves out there and take care of each other. And we'll see you back here again very soon. Bye for now.